Hi everyone. There was some a technical issue with the code, so we're just waiting for people to log in. I don't see Cecilia just yet, so we will get started in a moment. Cecilia, I see you on. Are you? It's a little backwards today. Let me see. Are you there? Can anyone hear me?
I'm
I
here.
can hear you.
Yes,
Hi,
good
I'm
morning.
having problems logging in to the Zoom, but I'm on my phone, so let me keep trying.
No worries. The code for some reason got all jumbled, and so Renee was able to send out a new code, which is 0911-2015, I believe. Oh, 2015, 2025. Going back a decade here. Looks like almost everyone's here. We'll give maybe Cecilia, maybe give people another minute or two since this happened.
Okay.
That'll be good. Hold tight.
While we're waiting, I had a question because I know that I don't know if we're gonna go over the state aids, what came out today. One of my assistant director wanted to know if she can join this call as well, if we'll be discussing that.
This is reserved only for Financial Aid Advisory Committee. She can
Okay.
live stream on the link that's available on the main site to watch and listen in. And then we also, at the bottom of the screen, you'll notice that if anyone who's watching wants to send in questions, they can use that email box at the below, and we'll monitor that and answer questions if we're able to.
Do you have that link to the live stream that I can give them?
It's on the main agency website. I'll drop it in the chat. That way you can route that on.
Thank you.
Sure. Let's see. Can't ever figure out how to do everyone. I'm going to send it to Renee. Renee, can you share the link to everyone? It only lets me send to you, unfortunately.
Okay.
But if you go to the, just for a quick one, if you go to the agency's website, it's right on the middle of the screen.
Excuse me, just really quick. Did we happen to take attendance yet? I'm just able to.
Not yet.
Okay, great.
Didn't miss it. Yeah, with some of the technical stuff, we're starting a little late, but it's okay. We will start in a minute. Cecilia, you can start whenever you're ready. I don't know.
Okay, we'll officially call the meeting to order. Welcome everyone, all the committee members. I am Cecilia Jones, Director of Financial Aid at Jarvis Christian University, and your current chair until the end of this month. So, but welcome everyone, all the committee members, everyone who's watching live stream here. Few meeting etiquettes. We've got to remember that the meeting is live stream. So, and since we're joining remote, you have to stay muted until you need to talk you can raise your hand, and we'll be looking out and monitoring that, the screen, making sure that we catch you if you raise your hand. And committee members, we ask you to have your cameras on whenever possible. And do not use the online chat feature, because we have those who are watching live stream. If you can ask your questions vocally. Okay. The next thing on our agenda is consideration of approval of minutes. Hopefully, if you had a chance to review them, they were sent out previously. Do you have any questions after you've reviewed them? Are there any corrections? Or can I get a consideration for approval, a motion for approval?
I motion to approve.
And I second.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, trying to keep up with my agenda. Hey, the next thing on the agenda, item 3.
Well, we
Yes,
need to go back. I'm sorry. We need to go back and do attendance and then
Okay, sorry.
introductions. It's okay.
Sorry.
We're all thrown off this morning.
Yes. Okay, we'll do our attendance now. Hey, I am here. Scott Lipinski.
Here.
Millette Leaf Green.
Here.
Leah
I'm here.
D. Ingram.
Here.
Lisa. Oh, she's at Lisa Shobron. No. Already absent. Amy Wilson.
Here.
Linda is not here. Zana.
Yeah.
Rebecca Marino.
Here.
Beth Tolan.
Here.
Jackie Kelly.
Sorry, here.
Okay. Tanya Richardson Dean.
Here.
Heather Fountain. She.
Here.
Michelle Hill.
Here.
Erica Ramos.
Here.
Mary Escobar.
Here.
Denise Elisario.
Here.
Shannon Crosland.
Here.
Debbie Richmond.
Here.
Letitia Addison.
Here.
Sandra Moore.
I'm here.
And Cassandra Heslip.
Here.
Okay. Okay, that will be everybody. So, roll call. You said introductions, Leah?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So if you want to start, we can go down the attendance list. Everyone just would introduce themselves and whether
Introduce
they're
ourselves. Okay, again, Cecilia Jones, Director of Financial Aid, Jarvis Christian University. Anything else you want us to tell?
Nope, that's it. And
Okay,
then
all
I'll
right.
just go down the attendance list if you want to.
Okay.
So who's next?
Scott?
Scott Lipinski, Director of Financial Aid, University of Texas Permian Basin.
Millette?
Millette Leaf Green, Director of Student Financial Aid at University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas.
Leah?
I am Director 2 at the Coordinating Board, and I am overseeing policy and resource development.
Okay. D. Ingram?
Associate Director, Student Financial Aid at UT Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas, and the current president of the Texas Association of Student Financial Aid Administrators.
Amy Wilson,
Director of Financial Aid and Scholarships at Sam Houston State University.
okay. Frazana,
Student member of the committee, University of Texas Rio Grande Valley.
Rebecca Marino, Dono,
Hello, everyone. My name is Rebecca Adorno, and I'm the current interim director for the Advice Texas chapter over at TCU. And my apologies that my camera is not working today, so I'm going to be off camera, but I'm here and fully present.
okay, thank you. Beth Tolan,
Good morning. I'm the Associate Vice President over the area of Financial Aid and Scholarships at the University of North Texas.
Jackie Kelly,
I'm Jackie Kelly. I'm the Director of Financial Aid and Scholarships at Kilgore College.
Tanya Richardson Dean,
Good morning, Tanya Richardson Dean, the Financial Aid Director in Veteran Services at Trinity Valley Community College in Athens, Texas.
Heather Fountain,
Hi, Heather Fountain, Director of Financial Aid Operations at Texas A&M University in College Station.
Michelle Hill,
Hey, I'm Michelle. I am the Director of Financial Aid, responsible primarily for the technological solutions here at Alamo Colleges.
Erica Ramos,
Hello, I'm Erica Dene Ramos, high school counselor at PSJ ISD, responsible for financial aid, scholarships, college prep.
Mary Escobar,
Good morning. Associate Director of Financial Aid, Angelo State University.
Denise Elisario,
Hi, it's Denise Lyserio. I'm a senior manager at Texas State Technical College.
Shannon Crosland,
Hi, good morning. Shannon Crossland, Associate Vice President of Compliance and Director of Student Financial Services, Frank Phillips College.
Debbie Richmond,
Hi, I'm Debbie Richmond. I'm with Education is Freedom. I'm an assistant director. We do college and career counseling in Title I schools.
Letitia Addison,
Hello, Letitia Addison, the Associate Vice President for Student Financial and Military Success at Texas Southern University.
Sandra Moore,
Good morning, Sandra Moore. I am the College Career and Military Readiness Coordinator with Paladora High School with Amarillo ISD.
Cassandra Helsop,
Good morning. I'm the Associate Director of Financial Aid here at the University of Houston Clear Lake.
thank you, everyone. Okay, just we can move to our third agenda item. Have an update for prior business. Leah Smiley.
And we don't have any topics that came up last time that need to be addressed. However, we did want to discuss on last meeting, we talked about the transition of Cecilia moving to past chair. Scott will be moving into the chair role for this next meeting. So that means that his slot has become available. So I was going to hand it back to Cecilia to kind of explain how we're going to do that to be able to nominate and fill that role for our next meeting. And then I can help as needed.
Okay. Right now, with that for that slot, you can self-nominate, can nominate someone else to be vice chair for the committee. But you have to note that we'll add another year on to your duties. It's a 3-year commitment, and you will be vice chair, chair, and past chair. So it's actually three years that will be added onto your time here on the committee. So what we will do, you can think about that. And at the end, if you're interested in that, you can, like I said, you can self-nominate or you can nominate someone else. And at the end of the meeting, we will take a vote then. Did you have anything else to add, Leah?
Oh, just to confirm what you said, if you are selected as the vice chair, you would serve as vice chair moving into the current chair and then the past chair. So whatever your current commitment is, it would be extended. So keep that in mind if you do want to nominate yourself, or if anyone else nominates you and you're like, I don't want to go for that long, just make sure that that's clear. But yeah, we will be circling back at the end. If you know right now that you want to put yourself out there to be the chair, you can go ahead and state that now. And that way other people on the committee know if there's anyone already interested. If you want to nominate somebody else, that will give them the duration of the meeting to think about it. But we wanted to bring this up early on in the meeting so no one's caught off guard at the end and trying to scramble to decide. So do we have any self-nominations that are interested in being chair?
I would be interested, Leah.
Who said that? That's the hard part about virtual.
Tanya Richardson D.
Okay, anyone else?
Who else? Nobody?
And just to be clear, that doesn't mean that you cannot later in the meeting. We're just trying to get the conversation going so that you can be thinking about it. And the role of the chair is to meet with the coordinating board to discuss what topics are coming up in the meeting, to develop presentation ideas with different folks, either in the agency or externally, be the face of the Financial Aid Advisory Committee. And also one of the commitments is once a year in January, you would be coming to Austin to present in front of the board an annual report. And so that's an important piece too, that you would be coming here. It's only for one day, just a quick update to provide the accomplishments of what we do at the Financial Aid Advisory Committee. So yeah, I'm excited to see if other folks are interested. And we've already got Tanya speaking that she wants to be on there. So I wrote you down, but we can push forward on the agenda and we'll circle back at the end.
Okay. Hey, our next agenda item is recognition of members stepping down. So we have some members of term ending this month, and I want to recognize them. My first one on the list is Millette Leaf Green, past chair of UT Southwestern Medical Center. A term started November of 2021 and is ending this June 2025. Thank you for being a part of this committee. Our next person is Lisa Chobron from El Paso ISD. Her term started September 22, is ending this June. Gabby Leon, Alvin Community College. Term started September 22, is ending this month. Amy Wilson from Sam Houston State University. She replaced a former member. Term started September 2023, is ending June 25. Linda McKendry, University of St. Thomas. Term started September 22 and is ending this month. Let's give them all a virtual hand clap and thank them for being a part of this advisory committee.
And if anyone wants to say anything, feel free to.
Somebody wants to say something, Tanya? Oh, she's clapping. Okay. Anybody want to say anything? Any of our members who are leaving or stepping down?
I'll just say, this is Millette, I'll just say I'm really grateful for the last several years. Time spent with you guys. I think when I look around the room, so to speak, I like, seeing familiar faces and not familiar faces at the same time. So that's the way you want these organizations to work. So I'll be happy to come back and do a presentation or help in any way that I can. So always know I'm around if I can help. Thanks, guys.
Thank
And
you.
Cecilia, I'm glad that you've forgiven me for nominating you for chair,
Yes.
2 years ago. So yeah.
Right.
Yes,
I have
thank
forgiven you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank all of y'all that are leaving, and especially Millette, who was the chair. You were always so, involved and participatory, and you always give great feedback, and everyone on the committee does as well. So we always encourage engagement and all of those things. So for any of y'all that are leaving, you can always re-nominate yourself. We'll have someone else nominate you in future years. We have had people participate in multiple rounds, so just keep that in mind. But thank you so much for joining and always contributing. It was really, really a pleasure getting to know y'all.
Anyone else? No? Well, again, thank you. Okay. Now we have new proposed FAAC members for 2025. These will go before the board to be voted on July 24, 2025. Sorry, getting tongue twisted. Say those are the members are proposed members are Megan Begnon from Lamar University. All of these terms will start September 2025 and end June of 2028. And we have William Bowen, University of Texas Medical Branch. Kelly Steelman, Amarillo College. Lisa Martin from Baylor University. And Dr. Angelica Haro, Education Service Center, Region 19. You all know. Is there any discussion for these proposed members?
What is the typical process with this? Relatively new. And
no problem.
is it just that people nominate, you read the names, obviously you're opening up the floor for it, and then the board agrees? But is there anything else, like each of the steps, or no?
I can provide that. So annually, what we do is we evaluate who is leaving the committee to assess what are the slots that are available. We open up the nomination statewide to allow eligible folks to be submitted, and it has to be someone that is qualified to nominate someone. Once the nomination closes, we do an evaluation of all the incoming nominees. And what we typically do, or what we're tasked to do, is look for a balanced representation. So written into the rule, we have a set number of slots per institution type. We have our TASFA representative, we have our student representative, and we have nonprofits, as just yourself, Debbie. So what we do from there is identify which representation from the different systems, because we want to have system representation, we want to have the size representation, stuff like that. So it's a very systematic process in which we do that. And then we look at, obviously, the nominees to see who might be the best fit for that position. So it's definitely not, we draw a name from the hat or anything like that. It's very structured. But in any given point, there's usually only 5 or 6 slots, but we do have a bigger one coming up this next year, I believe. I think there was maybe 10 people that are going to be leaving the FAAC for this next year. So we'll have a much bigger representation of turnover, if you will. But once we've decided who we feel fills those positions, we reach out to see if they're interested. If they are, then they must be presented to the board for approval, which happens in July of each year. So that's what we're waiting on for this set of candidates, and then if they're approved, then you'll see them on the next meeting. So I hope that answers your questions. Yeah, and thanks to Renee, because she is the whiz on how this whole process works, and she and I have worked together the last 2 years on the nominations.
Any more questions? Any other questions? We'll move on to our next agenda item. Is John Wyatt on? Yes. We'll have an update from External Relations.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Again, I'm John Wyatt. I'm the Senior Director for Government Relations at the Coordinating Board. So I'm going to provide an overview of some of the important policy and funding decisions that the legislature made in their recently concluded session. And then I'm happy to save time at the end to answer any questions. So a quick caveat before I begin. So the legislature concluded their regular session on Monday when they adjourned sine die. So the legislature is done. However, the governor has a 20-day period from sine die to decide whether he is going to sign or veto any legislation that was passed during the session. So we're not 100% final on what's going to end up becoming law due to that veto period. And there's also, the governor has a line item veto where he is able to veto specific provisions within the state budget. And he, again, has 20 days to do that. However, the items that I'm going to discuss, we have no reason to believe are likely to be vetoed. So they should be in good shape. So the session brought some big wins for Texas students and families and institutions. The legislature made some strategic investments in higher education that's going to make us even better equipped to ensure that every student is prepared to contribute to the future of our state. First and most meaningfully, the session delivered a significant investment in financial aid programs. The legislature added $328 million in additional funding across our state's financial aid programs, and that represents a 22% increase from the funding for the previous biennium. That's a historic commitment to Texas students and to our future talent pipeline. It's going to make higher education more predictable, portable, and accessible for students. So that funding is intended to achieve several purposes. It's going to provide guaranteed financial aid for high school students graduating in the top 25% of their high school class. So the legislature has structured it such that those top 25% students are guaranteed access to the Texas Grant and TEOG programs. The idea being to provide predictability to high school students, that if you work hard and graduate in the top of your class, the state's going to be there for you with financial aid. The budget also makes financial aid more portable. Specifically, the budget is going to require that students who receive a TEOG grant at a 2-year college and then transfer to a 4-year institution be treated as Texas Grant renewal students if they meet the other eligibility requirements of the program. Again, the idea being that students have a predictable pathway to continue to be supported by state financial aid on their educational journey. The funding is also intended to expand access to financial aid. The TEOG, Texas Grant, and TEG programs were funded at an amount that will serve about 68% of eligible students, which is a significant increase on what we're currently able to serve in those programs. Some other matters, it'll maintain the Texas Leadership Scholarship Program at a 300 student cohort size. And then it also increases funding such that the Texas Armed Services Scholarship Program will be able to make maximum awards of $30,000. Currently, the award amount is $15,000. So those are all items that were included in what's called the General Appropriations Act, the GAA, which is the state budget. There were also several other pieces of legislation that were passed during the session that impact financial aid. I just mentioned TASP, Texas Armed Services Scholarship. The legislature passed HB 300 during the session. The goal of which was to make TASP more accessible and beneficial to students who commit to serve in our nation's armed forces. So that legislation, among other things, it sets a statutory deadline for members of the legislature to nominate TASP recipients. As I'm sure you're aware, each member of the legislature is able to nominate a recipient for that program. What HB 300 does is says you have to have that done by September 30th of each year. And for those nominations that are not made, the lieutenant governor and the Speaker of the House are able to fill those nominations. So the goal being to increase utilization of the program and ensure that all of those nominations are filled. It also clarifies provisions regarding participation in the program of students who are entering the Texas State Guard. So it ensures that those who intend to pursue service in the State Guard are fully eligible for the program. It also directs the coordinating board to designate a member of our staff as a scholarship coordinator, specifically for TASP. So that's going to provide a one point of contact for students, for families, for financial aid offices, regarding any questions, inquiries, and information on the program. So those changes to TASP will go into effect beginning with the 2025-26 school year. The legislature also passed a couple of bills relating to the Financial Aid for Swift Transfer, or FAST program. As I'm sure you're aware, FAST was one of the marquee provisions of HB 8 from the previous session. And what FAST does is it ensures that students are able to participate in dual credit opportunities at no cost. So HB 120 adopted a change that will allow students who have graduated from high school but are continuing to participate in the PTEC or RPEP programs to continue to be eligible for FAST. So they'll still have access to that program until they conclude their course of study. And then SB 1786 made a few changes regarding eligibility. It clarifies some ambiguity about what counts as a high school student by specifying that you have to be enrolled in grades 9 through 12. It provides an option for students to establish that they are educationally disadvantaged during the current academic year. So they can either establish it that way, or they have the option that's currently in the statute to establish it as having been educationally disadvantaged during any of the previous 4 years. So that provides an option. It specifies that the Wyndham School District is eligible to participate in FAST. And again, these provisions will apply beginning with the 2025-26 school year. A few other bills I'll highlight. HB 3041 was adopted. This bill allows students from non-traditional secondary education, which is defined as a non-accredited private school setting, including a homeschool, to be eligible for the Texas Grant Program and the Top 10% Scholarship Program. As you know, Top 10% isn't currently funded. This change will take effect going into the fall 26 semester. The legislature adopted SB 2995. This legislation directs the coordinating board to develop a financial aid displacement advisory. And this advisory is to be used by institutions in notifying students regarding financial aid displacement. Now, the bill defines financial aid displacement by saying that it occurs when a student's financial aid is reduced due to receipt of a private scholarship or for other reasons. It provides specific language for the advisory, and it directs institutions to include the advisory in admissions materials, as well as to include information on how to apply for gift aid, the timeline for financial aid processes, and other information to be provided to students upon their admission to the institution. Finally, there are a couple of bills that regard statutory tuition and fee exemptions. HB 1105 creates a tuition and fee exemption for certain paramedics who are enrolled in courses of study as part of an emergency medical services curriculum. HB 1211 revises criteria around the exemption for students who were formerly under the conservatorship of the DFPS. Specifically, it raises the maximum age by which an individual must enroll from 25 to 27. And then HB 5646 requires institutions to grant in-state tuition rates to students who are enrolled in and a member of good standing of ROTC, the Corps of Cadets, or the Corps of Midshipmen. And that change will apply beginning in the fall 2025 semester. So that's just really a very quick overview of some legislation that seems particularly impactful to our financial aid programs that might be of interest to the committee. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have or address any other legislation that was considered by the legislature this session. Before we go into Q&A, I will caveat, I am unable to comment on yesterday's news regarding the DOJ lawsuit. That's a matter of federal litigation, and I'm unable to comment at this time. But anything else, I'm happy to discuss.
Do we have any questions for John?
Hey, John, it's Millette. I was wondering, so going back a few bills to, it was the one that you talked about just before those last three. So the last three that have to do with exemptions, the one you talked about right before that. Would you mind saying that again?
But that you're regarding the financial aid displacement advisory?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that, and do we know who that applies to? It applies to all public institutions. It applies to general academic teaching institutions. Do we know yet?
So it applies to IHEs. So that's going to be any public institution, 2-year or 4-year. And again, this was legislation by Senator Royce West. And, you know, it's very prescriptive. It says that, you know, the coordinating board shall develop this notice. It's prescriptive on the language that's to be included in that. And then it's incumbent on the IHEs to provide this information as well as some other information identified in the bill to students during the admissions process.
Okay.
And again, it's SB 2995.
Perfect. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. John, thank you for that update.
Of course. And if any other questions come up during your conversations later today, you know, just let Leah know, and I'm happy to follow up with the committee.
Thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're a little early, but we have a presentation, Strengthening FAFSA Task for Completion Through Student Engagement and Family Outreach. Is Jennifer Avalar on and ready?
Yes, ma'am. Hi, how are you all?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good.
Hey.
So I don't know if you can make me a co-host so I could share my screen with everyone.
Yes, you have co-host capabilities now.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Jennifer Avelad, and I am the Director of College and Career Success here at Region 1. A little bit about Region 1, for those that may know or may not know, is we are an education service center. There are 20 service centers in the state of Texas, and we serve 7 counties, 38 school districts, and 10 charters, 439 students in our ESC. We provide supports to all of our school districts. The office that I work at is called the Office of College, Career, and Life Readiness, and our main goals are to help school districts with their students to get them prepared for, for post-secondary success, whether they go to college, go into the career, or the military. We have different grant initiatives here in our office, and one of the ones that I'm going to go over is one that, where we've been pretty successful with FAFSA. So today I'm going to go over that grant initiative, that specific grant initiative that we have, that we partner with. It's called the Rooted Alliance, and the role of that college and career advisor that we have. I'm going to go over the importance of student engagement and district leadership, and then, just give you a couple of different examples that initiatives and examples that our college and career advisors do at these school districts for this grant initiative that we have. So like I mentioned a little while ago, one of the grants initiatives that we have in our office is called the Rooted Alliance. The Rooted Alliance is a private grant, and it's dedicated to helping students with college and career or military success, and especially in rural school districts, because we know that, we have, like I mentioned, we have 38 school districts and 10 charters, but this grant initiative is to help those students in those rural districts because they might not have the same resources or supports that other school districts have. So the school districts that we work with this grant initiative is Santa Rosa ISD, Port Isabel ISD, Ed Couch Elsa ISD, Monte Alto, and Rio Grande City Gruya ISD. And so through this initiative, we're able to place college and career advisors, we call them rooted advisors, at these school districts. And they are there to have these one-on-one supports specifically with seniors, with your seniors that, that are in that process of, finishing high school, but we want to make sure after they graduate high school, that's the goal. But after they graduate high school, we want to ask them, okay, we want them to know, I have a plan, and this is my plan, and this is what I'm going to do. So one of the key indicators, or one of our grant goals, is FAFSA completion, which is why I'm here to kind of explain like what we do to, increase and promote and support FAFSA completion. And so some of the things that our college and career advisors do at these school districts in the very beginning in the fall is they take our students to college tours. And we're able to use the funding that we have with this grant to provide them and to take students to these college tours. And so the thing here is that we want those students to have that buy-in. If the student has the buy-in in the, in the beginning, say they go to this college and they fall in love with the school, they hear about the school, they would have never had the opportunity to attend, these college tours. They come back and they're like, okay, what do I have to do? What's my next step? What do I have to do? Because I want to go into that college. I didn't even know that there was this college available. We want to have that buy-in with our students. So whether we take them to college tours, or even if we take them to local college tours here, or we even bring colleges to, to the campuses so they can see the different programs and hear and see the different colleges are available to them. Once we have that buy-in from the student, it just makes it a little bit easier. Do we have buy-in from everybody? Of course not, but it just makes it easier because now they are asking, what do I have to do? Okay, you have to do your Apply Texas, you have to do your college application, you have to do your FAFSA application, and meningitis vaccination, and so forth, and so on and so forth. So again, one of those big key factors that, one of our big goals for this grant initiative is FAFSA completion. So we talk about, the importance of FAFSA completion, and we help them through that whole process. The advisors help them through that whole process with FAFSA completion. And that's if we take them to, when we take them to those college tours. Another is showing them the different career pathways. So for example, we have our advisors that will take them, for example, they'll take them, to South Texas College, and they'll show them all the different, they're exposing them to the different industries and the different careers, whether they go into a certification program or a 2-year program or whatever it might be. And we want, like I mentioned, we want to get that buy-in from those students, and they see these opportunities. They see, they're exposed to these career exposure opportunities, and then we get that buy-in, and they're like, okay, what do I have to do? What's my next step? And they do that. We tell them you got to do that college application and so forth. But FAFSA is a big, huge piece of it because we want to make sure that our students are getting funding, to be able to attend, these IHEs. I'm going to show you a really quick video. This is one of our students. This is one of our school districts at Cowchelsea ISD, and our rooted advisors, our rooted college and career advisors, took our students to South Texas College to see the different programs that they have there. Hopefully, I'm going to play it, and hopefully you'll be able to see it and hear it. Let me know if you can can you hear? Are you able to hear? Awesome.
One of my biggest mottos in life is to help people. Honestly, I just want to be there for them. I've always been very passionate about the medical field. I actually do want to do physical therapy. I usually see a lot of cases on television, and it's like I had a car crash or I had a stroke. I had to learn how to do like a lot of things. I had to learn how to walk. I had to learn how to eat again. And I just feel like I could be the type of person to help them accomplish those goals.
Can you tell me your symptoms? He will tell you exactly how he feels.
One thing that really jumped out to me today was seeing the students in their clinicals, watching them do hands-on and the professor talking to them and stuff, and then going to the control room and see what the professor was telling them. So I saw both sides of the view. It gave me such insight about what I would be doing in the future. I could definitely see myself doing sonography for my career.
They all have one thing in common, which is an interest in the medical field. And so, aside from that, we have some students involved in the Cowchelsea's patient care technician program there at the high school, so they graduate with a PCT certificate. And so from there, that can just catapult them straight into one of these programs. We have other students, there are dual enrollment students that are already graduating with associates and already a part of STC as a student, and so that could be an easy transition there too, where they can go now into the medical programs. And we have other students that maybe don't have any experience into these fields, but they are interested and they want to see firsthand, hey, this could be an option for me. I never thought of this. Our goal is to show them that they have options.
I take them to the simulation area, which is a setting of a real hospital. Once they saw simulations, once they saw Victoria and her baby, it was where we saw the little spark on their eyes, and they started asking questions more towards the program that they were interested in. I like to see where they finally get how it's going to work out and that they don't have to be afraid. I highly suggest STC. We offer a lot of programs for them. By the time they graduate, they'll be very confident on what they're doing because of all the hands-on that they have here. Plus, they start clinicals immediately. Once they're in the program, they'll get their clinical ID and they'll start doing clinicals outside in the world as well. We can help them prepare completely for life.
So that was one example of, get that career exposure using, with that IHE. And so they come back and their students want to know, what do I have to do? What's the next process and so forth. Our students that attended this, they didn't even know what a sonographer was. And we make sure that we explain to them, like, this is, we want to talk to them about the salary that they make, the program, how long it takes. And we'll tell them it's about a 2-year program. And the starting salary for a sonographer, in case anybody here doesn't know, is about $70,000 to $86,000. And they're like, wow, I could do that in 2 years. Yes, you can. You could do this in 2 years. And it's a really great program. And but at least they got their hands, and they got their hands in there and they got to actually experience it, through, these attending these labs and attending, these different career options and opportunities for them. So that exposure for, giving our students that exposure to these programs is, I think, a key component. The great thing, again, going back to the Rooted Alliance program, is that we're able to place these college and career advisors at these campuses. Most of the time, when we talk about, assisting our students, we kind of want to say, well, let the counselor do this and let the counselor do that. But we all know here that the counselors have lots and lots of other things that they have to do, and they're spread very thin. So it's just a great opportunity that, our college and career advisors are able to take them and to set these meetings up and to, talk to our students about their next steps and what they want to do. So like I mentioned, we want to get that student buy-in because it just makes it easier to transition, because now they're asking, what do I have to do? What are my next steps? I want to go be a sonographer. Help me with that process. So they have a plan. We help them execute that plan. So we got the let's say, we're working on the student buy-in, but you also want to make sure that you have that district leadership commitment. We want to make sure that they're on the same page that we are on. And so what we do here as a service center, or what I've done, is we'll provide different trainings to our school board members, our superintendents, leadership at ILN, different meetings, and we talk to our leaders about the importance of CCMR, college career readiness for our students. So we want our students to be successful, right? And we want them to be ready with that post-secondary success. And I'm not going to go like really big into CCMR because I could be here for a long time talking about that. But we just want to make sure that our administrators, our district leaders understand CCMR and how having our advisors there is going to help student success, right? Number one, and it's going to help their district with their accountability, with their CCMR accountability, and with outcome bonus funding. So we really want to make sure, and we explain to them, you know, even though, and I say this over and over and over because I just really want our districts to understand, even though FAFSA completion is not part of a CCMR indicator or, you know, for accountability, you need to have, it's very important to have that FAFSA completion, because if you look here, I don't know if you're able to see here, but if you look here where it says outcome bonus funding, you know, the student, you know, earns that associate's degree or meets TSI and enrolls in post-secondary institution. Well, if they got accepted into that college, usually that district says, oh, way to go, we have, you know, 100 students that got accepted into da 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 da. Great, that's wonderful that 100 students got accepted. But did you go on to the next step? Did 100 fill out that FAFSA application? Because if they didn't, do you think they're going to be enrolled on that, you know, what TA looks, in order to get this outcome bonus funding, TA looks at that district's, those students that are enrolled on the 12th day after they graduate. Why do they look at that 12th day after they graduate? Because that's census day. That is the day that those districts will say, if that student filled out the FAFSA and they, you know, they have the funding to pay for their classes, they have a little seat right there in that classroom. But if they didn't do the FAFSA, and even though they got accepted and they're, you know, they're not going to be enrolled, they're going to get dropped on the 12th day. So FAFSA completion is so crucial and so important in order for that student to be enrolled in post-secondary. So you know, those little things that we want our districts to understand, you know, students have to complete their TSI, students have to, you know, be enrolled in post-secondary institution, or if you want them career ready, they have to do TSI and be, you know, go work into an IBC, an industry-based certification, or enroll in the military. But we want them to know what their options are and how these districts can get this extra funding for their students. You know, and for their district, you know, to help their students. So again, that district buy-in and explaining those, you know, the CCMR accountability and CCMR outcome bonus to our districts, we want them to be on the same page, you know, that, you know, with the goals that we have with our advisors, you know, providing these supports and assistance to our students. And of course, you know, you have to have a lot of data and you have to understand your data and you have to track your data. So this is an example here of FAFSA completion at the districts that we're working with this grant. And we have Edcachalsa, Gruya, Monte Alto, Port Isabel, and Santa Rosa. And if you see here, we have how many students completed the FAFSA, and then at the end, what is the percentage? So at Edcachalsa, we have 98% of students completed the FAFSA. At Gruya High School, 96%. At Monte Alto, and we're so proud, and of course, we're proud of all of our districts, right? But we had 100% completion at Monte Alto High School. And we know it's because of the great work that they're doing. At Port Isabel, we had 99% completion. And at Santa Rosa, we had 96% FAFSA completion at that high school. So we're hoping, you know, we did our part. We did the FAFSA completion. We did, you know, they did their applied texts. We did everything that we could do to help that student matriculate from high school straight into to college. So we know there's a lot of steps that go into it, but FAFSA is one of those big pieces so that the student can you know, be enrolled and continue. And we want to help our, you know, our communities to grow and to do better. So going back to the advisor, you know, the advisor roles, you know, it's throughout the year that we talk to them and we tell them, you know, they build those one-on-one relationships with their students and their parents. It's big, it's huge. You want to make sure that they have those relationships with them. So at the very beginning, you know, where they attend all of the parent teacher nights and the open house and the senior parent meetings, and they have WhatsApp, and they get very creative with they make a little postcard and they send it to at the beginning of the year, and they say, "Hi, my name is Jennifer Avelad, and I'm your advisor, and I'm going to help you throughout your whole senior year. And this is what our plans are. This is what we want to do." And they have to build those relationships, because if you win those parents over, you've got it. So we have to make sure that we provide that. How do we do this? How do they communicate? Our advisors, they use social media. They have a calendar, and I tell them, when you all create your calendar, don't just share it with your, on social media, share it with your district, your campuses, so they can know what you're doing. If everybody comes together, I tell them, don't work in silos. You have to come together as a district, because this is this is not a one-man show or a one, take it to that department. No, everybody has to come together and it's going to be just more successful when we do. Another way they communicate is, again, like I said, the monthly calendar, phone calls, Remind, Google Classroom, social media. They even have WhatsApp with all of the seniors, and they have another WhatsApp with all of the parents. And again, these are rural communities, these are rural school districts, so they're a little smaller. Some districts we have about 60 seniors, and some districts we have about 300 to 400 seniors. So that's the great thing, is that they are smaller, because that's who the goal of this grant is, but we're still able to make these impacts at these school districts. There's another example of how to get those parents to come in, is we have a Noche de FAFSA, we have a Taco Tuesday and Taco FAFSA Fiesta nights, and we bring those parents in, and we bring a taco truck, and parents don't have to cook dinner now. They can come, and we're going to help you. We start with FSA IDs. They have to have their FSA ID first. The student does it. Then the parent has to get their FSA ID. And then once they have their FSA ID, now we can move forward with the whole FAFSA application. Once they fill out that FAFSA application, we provide them with incentives. And this is because of the grant that we have, we're able to provide these incentives, right? So I'll tell them, hey, go buy a couple of yearbooks for the kids, and tell them, if you come to FAFSA night and you complete it, you get a ticket. And at the end of the year, we're going to give you a yearbook, because sometimes yearbooks cost $60 to $100, and hey, the seniors will do it for a yearbook. I go buy them prom tickets, and let's give that as an incentive. If they fill it out, they're able to maybe get a prom ticket. And so we're trying to be as creative as we can. If there's not funding involved, of course, I'll tell them, talk to your campus administrators and say, hey, you owe hours. Guess what? If you came and you filled out your FAFSA, maybe, you don't owe 30 hours. Now you owe 10, because you came and, this is a big piece. This is a big component. It's going to help your district, and it's going to help your student. So yeah, I tell them, go talk to your campus administrators and say, maybe if they come in, and if they owe hours, let me, give them an incentive, and they've made up some hours for coming to do that. Or, I go be really best friends with all of those teachers and tell them, is there any grade incentives that we can give them? If they come and do this, we'll, replace your lowest grade with 100, or whatever it might be. It depends on that communication that you have with your district, with your campus, to just make it work for your goals and for your districts and your campuses. Again, another big important part of the support is providing, and if you can see the flyer here, it's in Spanish. We want to make sure it's in Spanish and in English, because we have a lot of parents that, we have to make sure that we're providing language assistance with translation services, and not just speaking to them in Spanish, but providing the flyer in Spanish, so they can understand what's going on. What is this? What's Noche de Fiesta, or what's Noche de FAFSA, or where is it at? It's in the library. ¿Dónde? En la biblioteca. We have to make sure that they're understanding the communication and the supports that we're providing them. And also, being flexible. Sometimes parents work, so we do these FAFSA nights. Or sometimes parents can come only early in the morning, or maybe they can only come in the weekends. So being flexible and providing flexibility scheduling for parents and language assistance, those are all big, huge supports that are important, so that you can be, or we can be, all of us can be successful with this goal, with FAFSA completion. And then, of course, after we do all of this great work to help our parents and our students and our districts, at the end, let's not just say, okay, see you later. No, we want to celebrate our students, and we celebrate their success in every little step of the way. We have a wall that says, look who got accepted to this college. And they put their names out there, and look at who got these scholarships. And, you see this picture here on the right, it's a sticker. It's a sticker that says, I applied for college. It's a sticker. It doesn't cost too much to create 300 or 100 stickers, But kids will say, I want that sticker. I applied for college. Give me that sticker. And it's a simple little thing, but wow, like it really, and it, you know, it'll just depend, but it works for some of our campuses. So I'm just sharing what works at some of campuses. Maybe it'll work at yours, or it's an idea for you all. We don't just have I applied for college, but we also have I got accepted. You know, we help them with resumes and job applications, and I'm going to, you know, I got a job, or I applied for, you know, whatever it might be, whatever your goal is, make them a sticker. You never know, it might go a long way with that. And then, of course, we know TSI is a big, huge piece with us as well. And I know I don't want to go off from FAFSA, but you know, we have a wall at one of our districts, and they, you know, they say I'm TSI ready. You know, and not only do they put them up on and you know celebrate them, but they even say, you know, I'm going to get you a cord. You're TSI ready. I'm going to get you this cord. And, you know, some students will do anything for that extra cord and that extra little medal. They will, you know, it's their senior year. You have to find a way to find out what their wants are and what they, you know, what will make them move, right? Here's a little more, you know, celebrations, you know, at the end of the year, with all of our districts with this grant initiative, we have decision day. And what decision day, you know, most school districts usually have decision day, and they talk about, oh, I got accepted to this college and this college and this college. And here with us, we, you know, this is one of our big events that we hold, but we're not going to just celebrate college. We want to celebrate whether they got into a college, whether they're going, you know, they got that certificate and they're going into a career or into the military. We celebrate all of their successes, whether it's college, career, or the military. So we'll bring in military personnel to congratulate our students, or you know, and you can see the picture here. I'm hired, or I have this, you know, I'm going to start working as a barber now, and I got my certification in welding. You see up there where it says McAllen Careers Institute. Those students, it doesn't mean that they're going to, you know, that this is what they're going to do, you know, and this is it. But hey, those welders are going to start at $25, $26, $27 an hour, and they could do that and go to school if they want to, or they can, you know, it's just a stepping stone. It's like something that they can work on to, you know, become a business owner. They're going to be their own, you know, have their own welding business, or barbershop business, or cosmetology. They'll be have their own salon, or what have you. We just have to provide these, this awareness and show our students, like, the sky's the limit. You guys are stars, and y'all can do so much, and you guys are our future. So we just, you know, all of those celebrations, and we celebrate our students. That's, you know, really important to us. And we want to let, you know, whether they're going into whatever college they're going to go to, and they go out there and they show, I'm going to UT RGV or UTSA or UT Austin. And, you know, we have this big celebration just for them, and we bring their parents, and we bring, you know, everybody that was a part of it. We bring the community, because it's not just us. It's not one person. Everybody did their part to help our students succeed, right? So I'm going to show you one more video. I'm still good with time, Leah? Okay. Okay, one more video. This is one of our students from Port Isabel High School with our Rooted Advisors.
I know what I can do and what I can achieve. I wouldn't be here without my parents. I wouldn't be here without Miss Veta, without Root Ed, because they've helped me through a lot, and I know that they know that I can accomplish things that I couldn't.
There was something about Natalie that kind of stood out for me, because she was extremely shy, and I really couldn't get much out of her. And when I sat down with her and we talked, and I was able to get to know her, I gave her that little hope that she needed, like, just to get things going. Hey, you have so much potential. You know you want to do this, but you just don't know how. Let me help you. Let me help you get to where you need to go. You're not limited to what you can do, Nat. She wasn't, and she didn't want to apply to this college. No, but look at the GPA. And I told her, Nat, let's get everything that we need to get done, and let's see where it goes.
She's been there for me, like my best friend, and she's helped me through a lot. I wouldn't know where my next step would be. I would feel lost. I wouldn't know what to do. I applied to 13 colleges, got accepted to all of them. Ms. Veta has helped me through that.
This program, it has made it pretty easy for us as parents. I'm very grateful for Ms. Veta. She has helped her, she has guided her in order for her to accomplish going into the next step for college.
First of all, we're very proud of her, you know, taking the first step and take the initiative to apply to a college, since we never went to a college, and that's a big accomplishment for her, you know, in her future. Root Ed has been a blessing to us, to Natalie. Now she's applied to several colleges. At one point, she didn't know what she was going to major. Now she knows what she's going to major in, and she's going to attend UTSA, and she's going to do great.
My name is Natalie Martinez, and I am rooted in my future.
So that's just a little glimpse of a little bit of the program that we have with this grant initiative. This is Monte Alto ISD. They have 100% FAFSA completion. And I thought, the way that it worked at this school district at Monte Alto, and it's different at every district. We don't have I'm going to give you an example of what we do, and it's going to work at every school district. It's not. The way it works at this school district, our rooted advisor, what he does is he has one-on-ones with every single parent, and that's the way it works for him. He'll tell me, like, I'll have a meeting and I'll have all the parents come in, and he'll do that in the very beginning. But having that one-on-one and helping that parent through that FAFSA application, that's what works for him. And whatever works for you, we got that 100%. It doesn't matter as long as we get that FAFSA completion done, because we want that student to not have that barrier and to matriculate straight into college or into that, a career or whatever it might be. So I hope this has encouraged you to, or given you some ideas of what, we can do, with other school districts or other campuses, to complete that FAFSA application for our students. And again, this is through our Rooted Alliance program. And we've done really great things, and we're looking forward to continuing to do really great things with not just these programs, but with others. So this is my contact information if anybody has any questions, or if you want to reach out to me. So yeah, that's it. Any questions or anything?
I had a question. Oh, sorry if you did also. I noticed that you kept talking about FAFSA. Did you have separate TASFA nights, or how did that work?
Yes, we did FAFSA and TASFA nights. So we did have some students. We did have some students that needed to complete their FAFSA. So we assisted those students. So our advisors printed out the TASFA form, and they helped the parents and the students fill out the whole application. And they even said, I even got the envelope, I got the stamp, I made sure that application was in the mail, not just here to do it and take it home and do it. No, we made sure there was a stamp on that, and on that envelope, and our advisors actually are the ones that mailed it out to make sure it got sent out. So yes, FAFSA and TASFA nights, it's all together. I mean, we did it all together. We didn't have separate ones, except Monte Alto, like I said, he has those one-on-ones with each of those parents.
Okay, and one other question. In this political climate, a lot of our mixed status families became fearful of having that information about saying on a form, I don't have a social. How did you guys handle that?
That was a big barrier, and I know it's not just us. I know, that's just something that we are all struggling with. So it's just talking to the parent, explaining to the parent, we're not, providing this information for your student is going to help them matriculate into college and to fill out the FAFSA application. And even if they didn't have a social security number, they were still able to continue with the application, but our advisors had to sit there with them, call the 1-800 number so that they can, go on to the next step. They had to wait and get some kind of a verification number, and then they had to wait like a day or 2 or 3, and then they would call the parent back. Okay, we're able to move on to the next step. Is it a process? Yes, it is. Like, is it, if the parents were there on their own doing it, would they probably continue doing it? It's going to hold them back. But I told them, imagine if they didn't have you to call that 1-800 number so that they can get the verification, blah, 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 to move on to the next step. I go, imagine the difference that you made on that one kid because you sat there. And who wants to wait on hold 30 minutes on the phone after calling the 1-800, number? It's hard. It's really hard. But our advisors take the time to do those things. And like I said, they're not district employees. They're Region 1 employees because we want them to take the time to do this. It's really hard sometimes, I'm not speaking for every school district, but sometimes it's a little harder for our school districts because our are they going to let them be there on hold, for 30 minutes or whatever it might be? No, because there's so many other things that they have to do. But that's why it's just important that we have a college and career advisor that is there with that one goal to help that student with that post-secondary, with that post-secondary options for them. So yeah, it is hard. It was hard. It was a lot of advising, talking to the parent, explaining to the parent, getting that next, that verification number on hold, calling the 1-800 number, doing there's a text that you can even do to talk to, to get that verification so that they can move on and continue on the next step for them to continue the application.
Thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions for Jennifer?
I didn't have a question. I was just going to chime in because I thought the videos were super impactful. Almost made me tear up a little. But yeah, sometimes, being in the higher ed side, and of course, where I work, you don't get to see a lot of the engagement and activities that are going on at that level. And it's so cool, especially because we've evolved so much with technology and how do you reach these high schoolers. We have a couple of ISD representation folks on, and they constantly talk about the relationships they build and just how this process has evolved over time. But what a cool presentation and initiative y'all have going on. I'm so excited that you joined us, and thank you.
And working with our IHEs is big for us too. We can't do it on our own. Our advisors can't do everything on our own, or the districts, we can't do everything on our own. Partnering with our IHEs, they come in and they do, like, for example, like at South Texas College, they'll come into our campuses and they'll do a college, it's called All Access. And they make sure, okay, you already got accepted. Okay, let's make sure they did their FAFSA. Okay, make sure that you accepted your FAFSA. Do you know how to go into your JAGNet account? Do you know how to do, how to go in and actually sign up for your classes and all that? Partnering with our IHEs and any IHE or any, those partnerships is big. And I want you to know that, as we partner with IHEs, reach out to your districts as well. Like, do y'all need help with anything? Can we provide you with any kind of help or support? Because a lot of them don't have college and career advisors. It's just the counselor, or it's just the, a teacher, or it's just, and they don't know how to go in there and do, it's like knowing the whole college system. They don't know. But partnering with your districts is going to help you bring in more students enrollment into your IHE. So it's not a one-man show. Like I said, it really takes everybody's support to help us be successful for our students.
Thank you, Jennifer. Does anyone else have any comments, questions? Anything?
I want to chime in here. Sorry. Sandra Moore with Amarillo ISD. I just want to thank you, Jennifer, for your presentation. Region 16 here. I'm going to probably be reaching out to you to try to connect with some of your advisors. I loved a lot of the ideas that you had, the creative incentives that you guys have. I definitely see some of those working for our campus and for our district. I'll be sharing those. Specifically wanted to comment on the leadership part, and you mentioned district leadership, understanding how that FAFSA completion not only contributes to the college enrollment piece, but to our CCMR outcomes.
Absolutely.
I'm real curious what that looks like and how that district leadership is engaging, or are they engaging with your rooted advisors? What does that relationship look like? How connected are your rooted advisors with the leadership on the campuses or at the district?
So when I meet with leadership at the rooted campuses, I just want them to, at the very beginning, I just want them to let them know, hey, we're on, yes, we're Region 1 employees that are going to go in there as advisors, but they're housed at that campus. And I want them to understand we're on your team. This is what we're going to do to help support your campus. And this is what we want to do. Some district leadership understands CCMR. Some of them know it. Sometimes you have a new principal. Sometimes you have a new superintendent. Sometimes you have and you have to kind of explain it all over again to them and explain what CCMR is, how it's going to help them with accountability, how it can even possibly help them with outcome bonuses. Do they understand it? Do all of them understand it? No, but we have to continue to provide information and resources and I sometimes I feel like I'm saying I do CCMR over and over and over, but I feel like I have to make sure that our districts are aware of how this can help their district with their accountability piece and with funding, because there's we know a lot of our school districts are trying to find different ways to get funding. And so once I explain that to them, then they're like, oh, then they realize, oh, FAFSA is really, really important, because I want to make sure I get that extra. I didn't go over the funding amounts, but they can get up to $5,000 to $7,000 per student that takes the TSI, passes the TSI, and is enrolled. I go, so that's up to $5,000 to $7,000 per student. So we're on your team. So help us, like work with us. Come, when we have a FAFSA night, bring your, help us and bring your staff into, to make it bigger, better, put it on your social media, we're on your team. And I'm always letting them know we're not, I don't want you to think that we're Region 1 and no, we are a team together, because we want your kids to be successful. So again, some of them they understand CCMR. A lot of times we just have to continue to explain CCMR to everyone. I think 2 weeks ago we had a school board conference, and I did a piece on CCMR, and a lot of them didn't know. They didn't understand, or they didn't know, they weren't aware that it's not just about accountability, but funding comes into place as well. And I made sure I said, FAFSA is not part of it, but it is so important that they do it, because that's how you're going to be able to get funding if they're enrolled on that 12th day. Because, I have to say it over and over and over so that school board members are big on funding, that they want to find out, how can I get funding for my district? Okay, this is how you're going to do it. So whenever you see anybody at your campus or district wanting to do something with FAFSA, support it as much as you possibly can, because it's going to go back and help your school district. So yeah, I hope I kind of answered your question. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, do you have any more? Any other questions, comments?
Beth Tolan from UNT. I just wanted to thank you for the presentation and for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was my comment as financial aid and employees. We appreciate everything you do, and really to help those students get those FAFSAs completed. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to present here today.
You're welcome. So did you want to, does anyone need a quick break?
We could take a break. You want to do, what time is it? 15 minutes, 20 minutes? What do you think, Cecilia? Maybe 11:10? That gives 20 minutes? Okay. All right, well, we'll be back at 11:10. If you want to turn your cameras off while you're offline, we have a slide up, so we'll see you all in 20 minutes.
Okay. So we're gonna give it a few minutes to let everyone pop back on. Okay. I'll go ahead and do a quick roll call. Here. Skylar Lipinski.
Here.
Alette Lee Green.
Here.
See, Leah Smiley.
Yeah.
Ingram.
Present.
Gabby's out. Lisa Chopin show up? No. Amy Wilson.
Here.
Frazana.
Here.
Rebecca O'Donnell.
Here.
Beth Tolan.
Here.
Jackie Kelly.
Here.
Tanya Richardson Dean.
Here.
Heather Fountain.
Here.
Michelle Hill.
Hi.
Erica Ramos. Mary Escobar. Denise Elisario.
Here.
Shannon Crosland.
Here.
Debbie Richmond.
Here.
Letitia Addison. Sandra Moore.
Here.
Cassandra Heslop.
Here.
Thank you. We're going to move on to our next agenda item. And it calls for an update from the Financial Aid Operations Subcommittee. Beth Tolan.
Good morning, everyone. I just have some brief updates. The Financial Aid Operations Subcommittee, we met May 22nd, 9:30 a.m. And a lot of what we discussed either has been or will be discussed today, so I'm going to go really briefly here. We discussed the 26-27 online TASPA, the net price calculator, and that the tool will be available from the Department of Ed, so the coordinating board is moving forward with setup instructions timelines. We discussed the 25-26 Good Neighbor program, and that selections were released May 14th. We discussed policy updates, specifically the April 2025 board rules that are effective May 15th. And then the coordinating board sent an email notice outlining this to us May 28th. Let's see, we discussed the legislative session very briefly and noted that it would be discussed in detail today. Let's see, it was mentioned that the higher education conference planning has begun and more information will be released this summer. It was also mentioned that the 25-26 program guidelines have all been published and released, and they had minimal updates. Let's see, there is a June training webinar being planned. And then lastly, some upcoming deadlines, specifically the TEG intent to participate was June 1st. FAAC Cycle 2, the initial submission deadline is June 11th, and we've received a few emails about that as well. And then lastly, the authority to transfer deadlines. The deadline to submit a 24-25 authority to transfer funds request through GAP is July 1st.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Beth?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that update, Beth. We're moving to our next agenda item. It's an update from task force with D. Ingram, the president, D. Ingram.
Good morning, everyone. First, please let me apologize for not having my camera. I am, you see two of me because I'm having to be on my phone as well as on my laptop in order to avoid my laptop checking all the way out. So I hope everyone can hear me okay and everyone is doing well. We just want to provide a few updates from your Texas Association of Student Financial Aid Administrators. Since our last meeting and updates that were provided, we did put on and complete our new aid officer workshop that was held April 9th through the 11th in Grapevine, Texas, where we hosted about 64 new aid administrators across the state. We were excited to be able to include sessions from our wonderful THCB colleagues, as well as updates to include like cost of attendance, SII understanding, and those various types of, as well as soft skills training for our attendees. Our next new aid officer workshop will be April 7th through the 10th, 2026, also in Grapevine, Texas, and that is held at the Great Wolf Lodge. So it's a fun time for our new aid officer colleagues to come in. Sometimes they bring family, able to put in some fun there at the water park. If you're unfamiliar with what Great Wolf Lodge is, it is a family fun water park and has wonderful training facilities. So we're excited to put that training on every year. More information, of course, can be found at our website on that, including on our annual conference, which is scheduled for October 8th through the 10th. It will also include a few pre-conference workshops. That is a brief kind of high-level version of the same new aid officer workshop I just spoke about, but we call that our new aid officer basics because it is a kind of smaller, more compacted, designated for very new officers or counselors or advisors or whatever we call ourselves in our offices. And that happens prior to the conference starting. That is the 6th through the 8th. And we're also offering credentialing, thanks to our partners at NASFA, the same license credentialing prior to the conference beginning on the 8th as well. That is held in San Antonio, Texas. We have coined that to be the Riverwalk to Success. We're excited to have it there at the Marriott right on the Riverwalk. So again, additional information is available on our website. At TASFA, our conference, our annual conference, kind of wraps up our year. So that's when I will be bringing our current board to a close and rolling into past president duties and welcoming in our new president, which of course this committee would also welcome Thomas Ratliff as the task force representative, as the current incoming president there. Lastly, TASFA was represented on the Hill thanks to NASFA's advocacy pipeline that they held and structured. It was directly toward grad and professional items for this session. Is my understanding they do several specific sessions, but this was specifically for grad professionals. And I was able to attend that in Washington, D.C. this past May. It was just a one-day visit to the Hill where we had scheduled sessions with, of course, certain offices that were available to us. I was able to meet with a representative for Senator Cruz's office to kind of just bring to their attention some of the challenges in the current legislative ideas that they're putting forward and putting through and what that would really mean. I will have to say I was very excited to see some eye-opening moments from the representative from Ted Cruz's office when he realized how it was going to, some of those policies as far as student loan repayment, grad repayment changes will really affect every single one of his constituents, not just certain ones. So please, if you're able, or if you want more information or able to participate in any of those advocacy pipelines, they are very, very beneficial and helpful to our constituents. So I'm sure many of you have or already have participated, but I did want to share with this group that TASFA was able to be represented there on the Hill. We also have a couple of position papers that are going to be submitted up just to assist with advocacy and putting TASFA's name behind some of the current concerns that we're all having regarding some of the legislative points of views that are coming down that are going to provide challenges to our students and families. Those are really the only updates I have at this moment. Again, I just wanted to say thank you for giving us always a space and opportunity to present here, and as well, thank you for the coordinating board always being supportive of our efforts and supporting us as an association. Thanks, Cece.
You're welcome. Does anyone have any questions for Dee? Okay. Thank you for that update, Dee. Going to TASFA. Our next agenda item, we'll move right along, is a update from Heather Fountain for the TASFA subcommittee.
Yes, good morning. So the TASFA subcommittee met last week to discuss the scope of the and progress of the online TASFA for 26-27. We had previously made some suggestions for modifications to the online TASFA, and so we discussed kind of where that is and what's been going on. The coordinating board was in the process of developing a bilingual online TASFA for 26-27, which would allow users to toggle between English and Spanish, but that was put on hold for various reasons. So we have been unable to move forward on that modification at this time, but we have been able to make some updates to the 26-27 application based on some other recommendations. So the things that have been moving forward, aligning the dependency section closer to mirror the FAFSA, so removing the graduate studies question, and then updating the homelessness questions on the TASFA to align better with the verbiage on the FAFSA. So that is moving forward. There's also some user experience feedback that we got regarding calendar dates. And so improving those, making it easier to navigate for our students and families, but then also making it harder for them to pick current or future dates that they might be born. So nobody can be born in 2025 anymore. So, so we're working on those updates. And then going back to aligning with the FAFSA, we're aligning the parent higher education questions to the FAFSA. So removing the parent 1 and parent 2 levels of education, and then adding a question that combines levels. This will mirror how the FAFSA currently is. We're also moving forward with adding clear messaging to the 26-27 application. In testing, when you first enter or click on the link to get to the TASFA, it's very clear that you're entering the specific aid year that you're wanting to, but then once you're inside the application, there's no indication which aid year you are currently filling out. So adding some verbiage to make that messaging a little bit more clear that you are in the 26-27 online TASFA application. So, so hopefully clear up any confusion that might be happening. We're also making some modifications to the batch process. We're adding the application ID to the end of the text file and the CSV output. So this will make it easier for institutions to match the application to the cumulative CSV file. This information is being added to the very end of the files, so as not to mess up any of the layout that currently exists. And then also filtering the Apply Texas data for the counselor suite to applications for the 26-27 application year, and not including past academic year applicants in the data record. So this is an enhancement to the counselor suite for our high school counselors. There are also some modifications to the coordinating board's internal admin portal that they are working on to make things a little bit easier for them, so that they can help students and higher education institutions troubleshoot issues in a more efficient manner. So we're hoping that testing of the online 26-27 application will be available late summer, early fall, and then that will go out for testing to the subcommittee so that we can provide feedback to the coordinating board before the anticipated launch October 1. In addition, the 26-27 paper TASFA is being reviewed and should we've discussed it going out for review, both the English and Spanish versions sometime this summer. So that is what we talked about with the TASFA subcommittee. Are there any questions regarding anything with the 26-27 online or paper TASFAs? All right, Cecilia, I'll turn it over to you again.
Cecilia, I think we are going to move on to, I think we skipped one. Go back one. There we go. You're on mute if you are talking, Cecilia.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's the one I was mentioning. I'm sorry. So we will now have an update from my high school districts, and I think Erica Ramos and Sandra Moore are both on.
Hi, yes. Good morning, everyone. If Ms. Sandra Moore wants to go ahead and speak first, by all means, Ms. Sandra.
You're too kind, Erica.
Tag.
So we've reached the end of the academic year for us in K-12, and so it's kind of a bittersweet moment. We had graduation a couple of weeks ago, and diploma distribution just yesterday. And so I think we ended up with our FAFSA completion for my particular high school right around 80%. a little disappointed, maybe a lot disappointed on just the completion. Was hoping to get to 90 plus this year. It's kind of hard to gauge where the why students are and families are choosing the opt-out waiver. I can't tell if it's just lack of wanting to fill it out or if it's just the climate that we're in right now politically and families hesitant to that. I will say that roughly at about our 80%, 4 to 5% of our students are TASFA students. So that maybe that's a small piece of that. We do still have students trying to submit. So that's a positive, I guess. That's just kind of where we ended the year for us right now. I had several students yesterday during the diploma distribution that were asking to see us still, which is hard because we're about to be off for summer for a few weeks. And so just encouraging those that have that have errors still in their FAFSAs, or maybe hadn't yet submitted a FAFSA and are still trying to submit, encouraging them to go to our local community college and talk to those financial aid officials to seek that support that they're needing. So that's even written into like our we're off for summer email, right? Like if you need help with FAFSA, please go to our local community college because they want to help you. Let me see what else I have here. I made some notes. I do worry about our students over the summer, or even just in general. Our students are real bad about checking email. I don't know about other high schools, or probably college students too. Maybe that's a thing, right? Checking email.
Yes.
And
Yes.
all that communication happening with students through the course of the summer via email, and them not seeing those things, the need to still provide documents to the financial aid offices, et cetera. So I expect when I return in July, we're probably gonna see a lot of those students that need that support, just the familiarity and the comfort that they have with us at the high school level, that they'll come see us instead of going to the colleges for that support, which is fine. I still find myself helping past graduates with their financial aid and families that still feel comfortable coming to us as opposed to going somewhere else. So we still definitely offer that support. I know I'm not the only one that does that. So the good news is we did have a rising senior night towards the end of this academic year. And our class of 2026 students and parents are already starting to come in to fill out or to create their FSA IDs. So that's definitely a positive. A lot of the things that I saw in the presentation today, I think are applicable to my campus specifically that we can utilize. I definitely plan to reach out to Miss Jennifer to kind of connect on some of those things that she shared. The FSA ID days and drives, like hosting those, were definitely something that I'd written that down. I'd already had something. We have something planned for that moving forward. Really amping up our communication that we're doing just about financial aid and scholarships and everything. Maybe it being on a weekly or bi-weekly basis moving into the new academic year, just so that financial aid piece is really at the forefront early on for them instead of later on. And so that's kind of where we're at. Just really grateful for this platform and for Texas Higher Ed Education Coordinating Board and this group, the ability to network and connect and see presentations like today that do affect our high school students. I'm just really grateful. I do have a question. I'm not very familiar with student loans and how things happen on the college side. So for all of you awesome folks out there, I had a graduate reach out to me. She's looking to defer a student loan from an institution that she was previously at, and just is seeking guidance on how she can do that, if she can do that. She's not currently enrolled and isn't planning to return anytime soon. So if that's an option for her to defer that student loan, it's currently affecting her credit score, which she's really concerned about. And so just some guidance on how I can help her. If anybody has information, I'd be so grateful.
Go ahead, Malik.
Yeah, I think probably the best thing to do, Sandra, is, first of all, make sure that the student knows who her servicer is. And if she has that information, great. If she doesn't, then that's definitely the first place to start because that's who she'll need to contact directly. If she's not enrolled, the only other thing that I'm aware of is what's called a hardship deferment. And that is specifically for time periods when the student cannot work or, sometimes people file for it when they've had a child. Or had other life changes that have, sort of changed their finances. There is a limit to those, and I think the student has to at least reapply annually, if not every 6 months. So it's something, that she'll have to definitely stay on top of. The other thing is she may not be able to apply for that if she is in default. So if she's just behind, which is delinquent is the word they use usually. So if she's just behind on her payments, she should be able to apply for a deferment. If she is in default, which I think still happens at 280 days delinquent, then she may have to get into good standing before she can apply for a hardship deferment. Does that make sense?
It does. Does she do that through the specific institution? How does?
Through the loan servicer.
Okay,
yeah. So yeah, the institution can certainly provide guidance. Like if she doesn't know who her servicer is, her institution can help her find that info. But she now has to deal directly with essentially the Department of Education, but the servicer is their sort of proxy. So, and some servicers are better than others. So, but yeah, if her former institution can probably help if she hits a wall in terms of trying to find the servicer or get a good phone number for the servicer. Unfortunately, we've seen some discrepancies in how different servicers are, how easy it is to contact them. So, but yeah, I think the loan servicer is going to be her friend during this time to see what her options are. She also may qualify for a reduced payment. So if a full deferment is not an option for whatever reason, there are some repayment plans that she might be qualified for that would reduce her payment dramatically. So full deferment is obviously, something to look into, but there are other ways to reduce her payment that might be more manageable.
Thank you, Millette. That's very helpful. Appreciate it.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
I have Dee with her hand raised.
Yes, and Sandra, I just wanted to also I don't know if you had stated it or not, the information that was 100% accurate that Millette was sharing was in regards to federal student loans. I'm not sure if you stated it was a federal student loan or if it was possibly any other type of loan, institutional, state, or otherwise. The main thing is that they would need to reach out to their loan servicer. Whoever is holding that loan will be able to share with her whatever opportunities that she has for deferment or reduced payment or what have you. The key thing that we find is that encouraging students to know that the loan servicer is there to help them. Their basically whole entire job is to help facilitate repayment. And they are usually, say that one more time, very helpful, very accessible, but there has been some other challenges. But I just wanted to say, I wasn't sure what type of loan she has, but the initial source, the source of truth that is, will be the loan servicer, whoever holds that loan.
Thank you. I don't know that I'm super clear either. I just received that email yesterday or in the last couple of days. And so I'm still trying to get some clarity on that, but this is definitely some good information that I can share with her.
And she should have always gotten a MPN, master promissory note, for any type of loan that it was. Then that should also include her loan servicer unless it's been changed post disbursement.
Thank you all. Erica, it's all yours.
Thank you, Dee.
So hello, good morning, everyone. I am Erica Dene Ramos, and my ISD is PSJA, located on the border south. We are actually in Region 1. We don't receive services from the same program that Miss Alviar was discussing, but essentially I do the exact same thing that her staff is doing at the smaller school districts, except I just have quadruple the number. So our FAFSA numbers looked really, really good. We're in the low to mid 90 percentile, but it is one of those like constant, we're doing scholarships and FAFSA, and we're doing other tests and FAFSA. So it's that is something that never really got off our plates. So a lot of what was being presented today is what we incorporate. FAFSA nights, a lot of information. What we've noticed is that doing very clear communications with students to then send home has been working for us, thankfully. And it's a lot more of a one-on-one because especially, I guess, maybe in the South, and we don't have very traditional households, two-parent homes. Everyone loves each other. It's kumbaya, and everyone files taxes, and everyone has a social, and it's mixed families. It is single parent homes, and or they live with a relative, and not everyone does have a social, and some people are claimed, some people are not. So there's a lot of one-on-one conversations that have to happen in order to us ensure that those FAFSAs are done correctly the first time. So I'm sure Ms. Moore can attest to it. We do get a lot of pressure to just kind of ensure that, the state and others are looking at our numbers. What are your FAFSA numbers? Where are we? And go, go, go. But at the same time, we are trying to do quality work. So that means one-on-one conversations and, trying to ensure that we're not just pressing submit to press submit's sake to be able to click, check someone off, but truly doing a good job with that application the first time to ensure that they don't get flagged for verification unnecessarily. They don't have to be turning in documentation that was just, if it had just been done right the first time, they're going to have that much smoother process later. So we're in that constant, like, let's do it right versus let's do it right now kind of moment. So to be honest, I don't necessarily encourage them to use the opt-out form until we've really done our due diligence at the very, very end. With the students that are very clear, I'm just going to go into the workforce and I just need to graduate. So it's worked really well having those one-on-one conversations, and to start off with just saying, we're not judging. Whether you do military, whether you do work, we're just here to help. So we're ending the year in a really good place, financial aid wise. And yes, Miss Alviar, I want to say I'm butchering her last name. I apologize. Incentivization works. It's amazing. It's amazing what kids will do for a sticker or a pencil or anything else. Right now we've the last 2 days of school, today and tomorrow, and they're doing, gifting of TVs or AirPods, and they're trying to get donations from the community so that if you come to school, good attendance, you get entered into these raffles. And so that type of mentality of like, I'm going to reward you if you do what we ask you to do really does well, especially with low income, low socioeconomic families that are very quick to be like, oh my gosh, yes, okay, free AirPods or a bike or whatever the case may be. And all it means is I'm going to take my kid to school and I'm not picking you up early. It works for FAFSA too. So incentivizations, whether it's snacks or items, have worked really well for us too. And ensuring that we're very clear with students. We're going to start treating you like the adult you're about to become if you're not already. I'm sure your parents are lovely, but I need to work with you. I want to ensure that you understand what we're doing with your FAFSA. So when you get to university and they ask you, well, who's on your FAFSA? You can't shrug and just say, I don't know. Or Miss Ramos just, she just put whatever. You're not helping. So let's make sure that we all understand what we're doing. Because if you shove your parent at me, can we work with just the parent? Sure, but I haven't done you a service. Neither has your parent. And they cannot, just like you wouldn't send your parent to your military recruiter and or to university to say, Mijito doesn't feel good, isn't coming to school today, isn't showing up for his job or whatnot. You have to represent yourself. So we need to ensure that you know what you're doing. So I really legitimately want to make sure that you understand what's happening with your applications, and having that very clear, raw, honest combo, and having them, you are going to take this home, you're going to fill this out, you're going to bring it back, be responsible, is what we really try to ensure, at least on my campus, that they are doing, so that we minimize the panic in the summer when they honestly do have to start doing work on their own. Something, Miss Moore, that I wanted to mention that our district has are they're called college transitional specialists. So basically the me, but for those that have already graduated. So we basically, hand them off to transitional specialists that will continue to work with them, not just through the summer, but past graduation. Because I inherit 500 new babies every year, and mama can't. Not with the previous plus the current. So it has helped load to be able to say, I may not necessarily have the time, but that doesn't mean that my district and we don't believe in you, or we don't, we just cut ties. Someone here can. I apologize.
End of the year, last days. So it has worked significantly in trying to ensure that we get the students as much ready as possible for their next steps, and handing them off without feeling like they're being hot potatoed, handing them into another capable PSJA district person. So that has also helped us significantly. And we also ensure that we give them the TASFAs, copies of their own documents, so that they're going very clearly prepared with their own documents, and they're not, again, relying on the staff to be able to provide it to them. So this year, thankfully, has been really, really good. I know that the students haven't been as targeted. The students that have parents that are undocumented, it's not having to do that phone call like we were doing last year and trying to get all of those verification documents, verify your identity. I know that's on pause. I don't know what is going to be in play for next year, especially with the changes that are now coming to students receiving in-state tuition. And that's just something I don't want to like, no. Otherwise, financial aid is looking good this year. But if there's anyone that has any questions, by all means, we welcome them.
Erica, I do have a question. How many of those, you said they were district level college transitional specialists. How large is your district? How many of those do you guys have?
So there is one designated for the local university, and then there are two designated for the local college, because more tend to enroll in the college than do in the university. So they will spend part-time in a district office, and then part-time on site at their college or at their designated university. So we've partnered with those institutions to be able to designate an area for them, so that we say, we're taking off of your plate. Like we will work with our own students in-house and partner with you and ensure that we grease the wheels as best as possible, so that it takes off of the university or the college's plate. And we only send students up that chain of command as needed and directly to who they need to. And it minimizes the students are lost. They have no idea what to do or where to get started. And so both higher ed institutions have seen it for the resource that it is. And it significantly helps with kids wanting to do a renewal financial aid application. Significantly, especially for my TASFA kids, because we will put all of our TASFAs in a OneDrive folder and just share that folder with that transitional specialist, so they have full access. So when the kids come back and be like, I no longer have my TASFA, it was emailed to me, but I can't find it. I don't know what I put. What do I do? The transitional specialist already has it on file, and they don't have to come looking for us. So that in particular, that population has a lot of fear with doing things again and feeling like they're on their own. So we have 3 district-wide. And there hasn't been too much overwhelming, like for them to be able to handle, because we're really trying to, starting at the high school level, like, here, student, we really do want to teach you what we're doing with your app. With your app, we only have your mom or we only have your dad, and ensuring that they are feeling more empowered when they take those next steps because they know what is happening with their applications. So it's worked. It's worked really, really well.
Are they funded through the district, or is it like also funded through?
Yes, ma'am.
Through
the district.
Okay.
Through the district.
I want to add to what Erica was saying, that one-on-one piece, and I know it was something that was mentioned also in the presentation. I'm sure Erica's probably the one person for her campus. I'm the one person for my campus. I've got 2 other individuals that work with me, but we are trying to do that one-on-one piece when you have a cohort of 400 to 500 students, that one-on-one with parents who really do, when you have the mixed families and all the things, all the different factors, it's hard, but we're definitely working towards trying to do that as well. So thank you, Erica.
Anytime. Yeah, it really does make a difference, especially with families don't want to feel like they're having to figure out like what is the right thing to do, and I don't want to mess it up. Even, educated families want a sense of like, okay, we did do this right. Would you mind just checking? So even having that due diligence of just confirming that it all looks good, it has helped loads. So if you ever want to chat, Miss Moore, I'm happy to.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all for the high school district update. We have for our 13th item, we have a presentation, and since our presenter is already here, we're gonna skip Leah for now and come back so that she can go ahead and present. Hannah Sutton, a program director of Educational Opportunity Center. Presentation, how opportunities resource services help incarcerated students overcome barriers to accessing federal student aid.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Let me see if I can share my screen. Oh, where'd it go? Can y'all see that okay?
Yep, I see it.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to come. I'm also joined by my colleague Andrea Jackson because she does a lot of the boots on the ground, working directly with incarcerated students. But I'm excited to share a little bit more about who we are and what we do, and some of the barriers that we see and the ones that we help to address, but also things that are still yet to be done. So we're from an organization called Opportunity Resource Services. And to us, so our little motto is college y'all, and to us, y'all really does mean all. And so we really do quite a bit of work with a variety of students, but a lot of our work does end up touching incarcerated students and helping them navigate reentry and enrolling in higher education after being released. So these are discussion points for today. I'm just going to keep on going. So a little bit about who is ORS, or Opportunity Resource Services. We're a nonprofit organization. We're community-based. And our mission is to disrupt generational poverty in Texas by empowering vulnerable teens and adults, but especially those that are first-generation college students coming from low-income families and those that are involved with the criminal justice system, to attain higher education degrees of value, secure gainful employment, and achieve social mobility as a result. Our programs, so we are primarily operating TRIO programs. We have 3 educational opportunity centers that serve Dallas, Johnson, and Tarrant counties. And then we also have 6 total Upward Bound programs. 3 of those are Upward Bound Classic, and 3 of those are Upward Bound Math and Science. And those are also working at schools throughout Johnson, Dallas, and Tarrant County as well. We currently have Upward Bounds at Alvarado High School, Keene, Rio Vista, and Venus in Johnson County. And then we have an Upward Bound at Southwest High School in Fort Worth, as well as one at Lancaster High School in Lancaster. And then we partner with our local workforce boards, and we're also a Grow with Google partner, and we use that curriculum quite a bit with our reentry work. So to us, this is the problem, and I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir on a lot of these points, but the Texas poverty rate is higher than the national average poverty rate, and there are a higher proportion of Texans that are experiencing poverty. And we really do believe that one of the biggest pieces of helping to solve that issue is the education piece, is higher education. That's the path out. So, again, y'all all know these stats, but 65% of, our jobs are going to require some kind of advanced training or education, but we don't see that really match pace with the percentage of Texans that have a bachelor's degree or certification even. And so this is our solutions that we're trying to work towards, just different pieces of that puzzle. But all told, all of our programs in some way fit into this. And so just some things that we're passionate about, in every student and every participant in any of our programs, we hope that they come away with an industry recognized credential of value or degree of value that's really going to prepare them for the workforce. We want to maximize as much of their free student aid and grant opportunities as possible. And on the reverse side of that, minimizing any unnecessary loan debt as much as possible, or at least doing a lot of financial literacy education prior to accepting any student loans. And we also really work towards avoiding for-profit schools, especially those that have predatory practices. And so our TRIO programs, again, we have the 3 Upward Bound Classics. I should move this slide up since I already said this. We have the 3 Upward Bound Math and Science programs and our 3 Educational Opportunity Centers. I am the program director for our Educational Opportunity Centers. Andrietta on the call, and I promise you're going to hear from her in a little bit. She is a college access coordinator for our Johnson County program, but we have a full team that serves Dallas, Tarrant, and Johnson individually. But between all those programs, we're serving a little over 3,100 first generation college students and disadvantaged youth and adults every year. So I'm sure many, if not all on the call, are familiar with TRIO, but just a little background. They're federal outreach and student services programs that are currently funded through the Department of Education, hopefully going to stay that way. They're usually operated by institutions of higher education, but can also be operated by nonprofits like ours. And there are 8 different types of TRIO programs. We have 3 of those different types, but they all have something in common in that they are designed to focus their services on students who are coming from a first generation in college, economically disadvantaged background, or those that are academically at risk as well. So the EOC program, I feel that typically it's not one that gets talked about as much as, a lot of people are familiar with Upward Bound or student support services are some of the more common TRIO programs, but EOC is, I feel very passionate about the work that we do. So we're a community program, which means we're able to serve a wide variety of people. We're funded for a target area rather than a target school. And so that means that really almost anybody who needs our assistance or resources, we're able to help. We are also we are the largest TRIO program in terms of how many people we serve. Collectively, our EOC programs at ORS are funded to serve 2,700 participants every year. And of course, all of our services are free to any eligible participant who needs that assistance. Our services are really geared towards that college access. And so we provide free academic and career counseling to all of our participants. We do college and trade school application assistance. We help our participants apply for financial aid. In the TRIO world, where EOC programs are unofficially known as the FAFSA experts, just because we do so many of them every year. We're doing hundreds of FAFSAs hands-on every year. We also help quite a few of our participants apply or do the TPEG grant application for Dallas College. We'll get into that in a little bit. We do career exploration and guidance, and we do also keep that background friendly, informed for our participants who do have a conviction history. We do TSI prep, referrals to free online GED prep, scholarship resources, student loan counseling and rehabilitation is a big service that we offer. We do community workshops and presentations, and we also do offer free Google Career Certificates through our partnership with Google. And we have a partnership with another organization called Vote Writers that allows us to pay for a vital document, birth certificate, and state ID recovery for those individuals that need that. And so just again, kind of our service models. We do a lot of community presentations and workshops. We do quite a bit of one-on-one advising as well, whether that's in person or the vast majority are also we're meeting with virtually or over the phone. And then we do application drives on site. So we partner with local school districts. We also partner with a variety of correctional facilities and other community organizations like shelters to go on site and work with people in the community. We do quite a few community events. We set up informational booths just to spread awareness about the program and about our services. Occasionally, when we have the funding, we do college and career tours where we take a group of students to tour a college and then make that connection with a local employer. And then we also do a lot of public information campaigns that are designed to spread awareness about financial aid opportunities and share accurate information about higher education with the community. Okay. So the impact of higher education in prison, this has become a big area for our EOC programs. So over the past 40 years, studies show that completing education while incarcerated reduces the chance of recidivism on average by 28%, which is a pretty large percentage. And then, of course, we know that the majority of jobs that are created in the state of Texas are going to require some kind of post-secondary credential. So if we want people who have been incarcerated to be able to be successful after being released, they will need some kind of credential to help propel them forward in the workforce. And then employers, study last year did show that they're 42% more likely to consider hiring somebody who was formerly incarcerated if they have a post-secondary credential compared to those that only have a GED. Currently, less than 2% of the 130,000 individuals that are confined in TDCJ or Texas Department of Criminal Justice facilities are enrolled in some kind of post-secondary education program, but almost 50% is immediately eligible for Pell-funded programming. So our programs like our educational opportunity centers can help bridge that gap. So these are the partners that we currently have in that space where we're working with incarcerated students actively before they get released. We have partnerships with our local federal prison facilities. There is a location in Seagoville that is a male facility. FMC Carswell is actually a female facility, and FMC Fort Worth is the male facility in Fort Worth. And then TDCJ, we partner with Sanders Estes Unit is one of our longest standing partners. We have been working with them in Venus since 2018. And Wyndham School District, which is the TDCJ school district that grants high school equivalency diplomas. And then we actually serve dozens of units through mail correspondence where we don't go on site at all. It's completely through paper mail. And then there are a few county jails that we work with quite a bit as well, in particular the Tarrant County Jail, but we do work some with the Johnson and Brazos County jails as well. And then post-release, we continue to serve students who were formerly incarcerated even after they are re-entering. And so we do parole orientations weekly at the TDCJ offices in Dallas and Fort Worth. We do work with juvenile and adult probation in Dallas and Tarrant counties, and then a few other organizations that serve that similar population. Okay, Andrietta, I think this is where you take over.
Yeah, so there are a lot of barriers for our incarcerated students, and we just kind of wanted to inform y'all of some of those today. Some that might be obvious, but we don't always think through is going to include like digital literacy and technology access, ID recovery, conviction history, financial aid accessibility. Student loan default is one that I never really even thought of until I was in this space working with them, and then obtaining official transcripts. So these are all different things that we've discovered they have issues with as they go through the re-entry process. And so starting off with digital literacy, some of the units do offer tablets. And so they're actually able to get a little experience using tablets with that way, but not all of them do. And you might have even noticed, for example, that all the photos look like the same room. That's because we only have one unit that will allow us to take technology with us. So their access and ability to use technology within the units is pretty limited. Now, Estes does have a computer literacy class, and I think it's through Hill College, but it only goes over basic processing programs, and that is helpful. But as you all know, with the evolution of technology, especially AI being introduced, knowing how to use Google Docs or a Word document or a spreadsheet on a basic level is really, it can be helpful, but it's not the point anymore. They need to know just so much more about technology than those things. So in that way, prison education is not really keeping up with the demand for technology. So some possible solutions that we've identified is increasing computer literacy classes. And then, you know, in that same vein, trying to maybe get them access to more curriculum, such as our Grow with Google digital literacy. Also expanding broadband connectivity would be a great improvement as well. That's a larger TDCJ issue as a whole. But if we could start getting these people that are experiencing incarceration into classrooms, just working more with technology, it might not be as big of a shock to them. But even bringing it back around to financial aid, two-factor authentication, I'm sure is something that we're all seeing increasingly. But for someone that's even been locked up only maybe 5 or 6 years, they have no idea what it is. They may not have access to the phone number that they used to before. So all these small evolutions in technology that might seem simple to us really create a lot of barriers for people that are leaving incarceration. And then ID recovery, I think that's something you work more often with, Hannah.
Oh, yes, you're right. That was my part. ID recovery. So incarcerated people don't have access to their vital documents. And often when they first are serving time, they lose those documents completely and have to request them and start from scratch. And so that's a huge barrier to education and employment post-release. The FSA account recovery system has been something that we have continued to advocate for, hoping that in the future it will be able to recognize prison IDs as a state-issued ID because they do have a photo, their name, their date of birth, just like they would on a state ID, and it is issued by a state agency through TDCJ. And so that's something that we would be a huge game changer for those individuals. And then, like I mentioned before, we are partnering with a national organization called Vote Writers, which does provide free access to birth certificates, state IDs, and social security cards. And then conviction history is another potential barrier for incarcerated learners. So we find that there's still quite a bit of education needed to inform students that their conviction history is not likely to affect their federal student aid eligibility. I say not likely because even though there have been changes to the FAFSA and the FAFSA through the FAFSA Simplification Act, there are still a few high-level federal offenses that can bar students from getting federal student aid. I've only encountered that a couple of times now. But a lot of students think that if I have a felony record, then I'm not going to be eligible for the Pell Grant. And of course, we know that that's not true. And then for professions, if they want to go into a program that, would require state licensing to work in that field, there is still that need for background and informed advising, as well as we help those students who need to with completing a criminal history evaluation letter with the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation so they can see what their options might be. And then Andrea, did you want to take the transcripts?
Absolutely. And this was another big one that I didn't think of before I was in this space, because since they don't have access to computers, they aren't really able to order their transcripts. So they don't have access to high school transcripts if they need to prove that they already have a high school diploma, which TDCJ does require that they have a high school diploma or a GED. And we've even had issues with TDCJ not having access to, let's say, my Oklahoma GED. And so they have trouble proving that they have an education at all. Because they don't have the means to order such a thing. And a lot of these transcripts can cost $20 a pop. So they're not cheap either whenever they are able to potentially get access to that. Fortunately, with our program, we do have the means to help them pay for that. But outside of us, it would be a pretty big barrier for most of these people incarcerated trying to get access to those transcripts. So it's not just the lack of digital access, but also the lack of money to be able to afford it. So as potential solutions, we'd recommend if institutions are able to partner with the local EOC. I think there are more of us out there than we realize. That's a potential solution to being able to get these people, or really anyone that needs help purchasing a transcript, to get them that accessibility.
Yes, and we feel lucky in the state of Texas that we have TEA, the ability to check GED certificates very easily for students and download those. But it's kind of sad when we encounter a student who has a high school diploma and we cringe a little bit because we're like, oh no, it's going to be a whole thing. We've got to figure out a way to request that. So I would love for there to be in the future, maybe a little bit more of a universal system for those that have a diploma from a state school district as well. And then student loan default, like Andrea mentioned, that can be a huge barrier for students, not only who are preparing for reentry and wanting to enroll in a college program on the outside, but also those that are looking to participate in a prison education program before they get released. So we see that quite a few students have, incarcerated students have student loans that are in default status. In the past, we had quite a few options to help them navigate that. And again, I'm sure y'all know better than we do how much that has changed. And so now there's really no way to easily access IDR plans and no clear instruction on how they can get their loans out of default without sending a physical written letter in the mail to their loan servicer. And oftentimes they don't even know who their loan servicer is and need somebody to help educate them on that as well. The Fresh Start program was a big help when we were able to utilize that. And we also used to have a Department of Education contact who would send individualized responses for incarcerated students after they had signed an authorization, with just a detailed status update on their loans, who their loan servicer was, and then what recommendations to get that loan back into good standing. And so that was very helpful. But unfortunately, with all of the changes, that staff person is no longer there. And I don't know that anybody has taken that role. So we're working to find a solution to that. But it's definitely a big barrier. And then do you want me to take this one, Andrietta?
I'm going to take it if you'd like.
So financial aid accessibility, just limited or no access to higher education programs prior to release. Many are eligible for Second Chance Pell Grants, but their units are not approved Second Chance Pell sites for an institution. So even distance learning or distance education is difficult for those students. If they had the ability, they would still be paying out of pocket to do even a correspondence program through universities that do still offer those. So we hope in the future that institutions will expand prison education programs, especially to those facilities that don't have any access to those at all right now. And then I think distance learning, I would love to see as TDCJ units are able to increase that connectivity and tablet usage, maybe there would even be the possibility for incarcerated students to be doing online coursework. And there are tablet curriculum platforms. So Adovo is the one that is used by, I believe, every TDCJ unit at this point, where agencies and organizations can actually upload curriculum onto that platform that is accessible to the inmate tablets. So I feel like there's a there. I just wanted to put that in there in case anybody has the ear of somebody at their institution who might want to look into that. And then I'm handing it back over to Andrietta.
And so part of getting access to their financial aid is creating an FSA ID. Whenever it works really well because it is pretty easy to do, so long as they have their information memorized, and most of them do. Times whenever they don't have their information or something seems to be going wrong, there is actually an individual process that I think we were just made notice of, but it sounds like it got started somewhere in December. So there is an account recovery team specific to incarcerated individuals now. And we have noticed that the turnaround time is about half a day. So only a couple of hours from the time that we submit it. So that's really positive. Unfortunately, we're only able to offer that to in-person clients where we have access to a copier to make a copy of their prison ID. So prisons that were not able to take our technology in with us, we're not able to offer that as a service. And we wind up having to try and do a paper FAFSA, which has a very low success rate. So without that accessibility, it can be challenging to get our clients access to their financial aid that they are entitled to. Like we mentioned before, the TDCJ ID that they have is not accessible, or rather it's not accepted on the online process, which is why they had to create an individual process for incarcerated individuals. It is a state issued ID because it's issued by a state department. So we are hoping that while the account recovery is effective, that maybe someday it will become a recognized ID and maybe eliminate the need to go through a different process altogether. Some other challenges that we do have, less financial aid related, but still in the higher ed space, so it's worth talking about, is applied taxes. And so there are some unique challenges to adults and incarcerated learners when completing a college application for them. First and foremost, needing technology at all, because most of the time it's not paper applications anymore. So they need us to be able to do it online for them or to do it remotely online, but usually in some way there has to be a computer involved. We've also found that the questions are really geared towards high school students, which can cause confusion because they're wondering, why is it asking if I have time to participate in extracurricular? And then we explain the perspective of the application, but it can just cause some weird cognitive dissonance. It also requires that they put in high school information, even if they have a GED or a HSE diploma. Now, Windham School District that does the GED programs for TDCJ is in there, but not all of them got it through Windham. So sometimes we have to kind of work around that system. Even though it does have a spot for GEDs lower down on the application, it still requires that you put something for high school information, which most of them did not complete high school. We also can't easily update the email on file. Since we are doing these things online, we have an internal email address that we create for them. It's not one they ever have access to. So one of the first steps that we do when they call us, when they've been released, is we update their email address to their personal email so they have access to that account. Because like most web pages, Applied Texas does use two-factor authentication. Unfortunately, you have to put in a separate request to get that email updated at all. And it takes up to 5 business days. And I've had some shoddy luck with, they have you answer a bunch of questions, but then the email asks you to answer them all again. And so it's not a 100% foolproof system, which can prevent them accessing their account. We also found that applications are listed by semester, which when you work in higher ed, you can adapt to pretty easily. But if you are someone who's not used to higher ed sphere, it's just not a very intuitive way. So they might see an application for Hill College and click it, but it could have been for the wrong semester because they didn't know to be looking at that. And then finally, and this isn't unique to Applied Texas, this is kind of just a unique challenge to this population in general, but we have trouble updating their information because even though we might do it updated on their Applied Texas account, doesn't mean that that's been reflected or sent to the institution. So I recognize that that's not something unique to Applied Texas necessarily, but if there was a way to send that information, that would be helpful for people going through reentry, since their phone numbers, their emails, their addresses, everything about their lives has to be updated whenever they're going through reentry. And so I mentioned earlier the paper FAFSA. We actually had the opportunity to do a beta, I believe it was on November 15th with the Department of Education. And so they did have 3 federal employees come out to watch us work with these incarcerated men and worked through the paper FAFSA. And it was a wild experience. We taught them a lot of things. They taught us a lot of things. It was kind of like the left hand not talking to the right is what it felt like sometimes, because we were all learning so much from each other. But some takeaways from that beta process is that if you're doing a paper FAFSA, it is best to type, because if not, they wanted us to write in all capital block letters. Because whenever it goes through the computer, if you're doing lowercase, I guess it's harder for it to sense what the difference is. Also, and it mentions this, but it bears repeating. There's no X's, no check marks. Even if it's a box, you need to fill everything in like it's a STAR test. We have a lot of problems with the mailing address as well because it uses fuzzy logic. So sometimes if you spell out the word street, but on their online account, it's ST instead of spelled out, it can't tell the difference between the two. So it doesn't match the two things, even though logistically it should be the same. And we've also got the error back several times that the address on the online account is supposed to match the address that you put on the paper FAFSA. We haven't gotten that 100% of the time, but we have had a few that were rejected for that reason. And when you're talking about people that are going through reentry or even people experiencing homelessness, obviously a mailing address is not going to be something that's consistent for them. So that's a pretty big challenge. So corrections are also pretty confusing because you might receive an error code that contradicts the answer or instructions. For example, the paper FAFSA suggests that you don't need to complete or you don't need to answer a question if it's irrelevant to them. So if we have a student who's single, never married, and it's asking, did you file jointly with a spouse? We had been leaving that blank because it's not a relevant question to them. But then we were receiving rejections because we didn't fill out the answer, even though it's stated in the instructions that we could skip it. So it kind of contradicts itself. And then there's just a lot of uncertainties whenever you are submitting a paper FAFSA. When we did the beta, we gave them all the paper FAFSAs that we have, and then they overnight mailed it to whoever it was supposed to go to, the Department of Education. And even with that super special process, we still have one paper FAFSA that we don't know what happened to it. It could have disappeared, gotten eaten by a dog, I don't know, but it was never processed for one reason or another, which is larger issue of there's not really a great way to track the paper FAFSA. You're just kind of crossing your fingers and hoping that USPS does their job and that everything comes back to you eventually. So that was quite the learning experience getting to do that.
It really was. And then of course now it's the not so new FAFSA. It's been, We're on year 2, but the changes to the FAFSA did affect this population pretty significantly. So previously, students could access the FAFSA form using personal identifiers if they didn't have access to their FSA ID account. And then they could print and mail only that signature page there at the end. And each separate contributor did not have to have their own FSA ID. So for example, a spouse. And now what we're seeing is if the FSA ID is not fully verified, so in the space that we're working in, we do make every effort to do everything all in one visit if we can, because we never know. We don't have any guarantees we'll be able to meet with that student again. So what ends up happening is if we have to create an FSA ID for that student and then submit the FAFSA, within that same appointment, then their SAI is not included until the FSA ID is fully verified. Even if they had not had to file taxes and have had no income for the past 2 years. So that's been a big change. In the past, they would be able to see that EFC being 0 and their full Pell Grant eligibility. And that was a very exciting prospect for a lot of these students, even just to get that FAFSA confirmation that said that this is what their anticipated eligibility would be for the Pell Grant. And now those challenges with married incarcerated students who have a spouse who does have income that's taxable, or any other contributor, if they are a dependent student, they do have that ability to go through unusual circumstances. But accessing another contributor can be very difficult or even impossible for that population. And then again, like Andrea has said, for those who are not able to have access to the online form, or have experienced or any difficulty with that FSA ID account, if they're not able to get in and access that, then that full paper FAFSA is the only option. And unfortunately, with the new way and not being able to use personal identifiers to access the FAFSA, we're sometimes mailing that paper FAFSA off into what feels like the void. So I just wanted to spotlight too how EOC programs and TRIO programs at large can improve that enrollment process. And for any colleges that do have prison education programs or thinking about implementing them, we have a really great partnership with Dallas College. So Dallas College implements prison education programs at Estes Unit, where we also work, and then also at FCI Seagoville, which is a federal facility. So at Estes, they have an HVAC certificate. So in several of our pictures, you can see the actual HVAC units in the background. They are doing hands-on work in that program. And then at Seagoville, they have an automotive certificate program, but in the near future, they are going to be expanding that to also offer associate's degree level of coursework. And then we also do work with Dallas College for their their workforce education cohorts. So they have partnerships with Dallas Leadership Foundation, the Regional Black Contractors Association, and the Oasis Center, where they'll enroll formerly incarcerated students into a workforce education program, and it will be completely free, even though it's not a Pell eligible program. They're either accessing TPEG funding or getting funding from one of these partners to pay for those students' tuition and fees for that program. And so what we do is we go on site and we facilitate every step of that process, from FSA ID creation and account recovery to helping complete the FAFSA. We try to submit that FAFSA electronically whenever possible for incarcerated students, but if not, then we complete and mail the paper FAFSA. We'll request any official transcripts that they need to be eligible. So if they need a high school transcript or from the previous institution that they attended, we will facilitate that transcript request and also pay for any associated fees. That's one of the few things that our grant is able to offer direct financial assistance with. And then for those workforce education cohorts that are post-release, we do similar things. We will also ensure that those TPEG forms are completed correctly. And then we follow up with those students to just ensure that they've got all those boxes checked so that they can remain enrolled in that program free of charge. And then beyond that, with each of those post-release cohorts, we do an educational presentation with those students just on financial literacy as it pertains to their education and what their other options are if they decide they want to continue and persist after completing that program. And so just in general, the benefit of offering prison education programs for higher ed institutions is that there's a huge unmet demand. Currently, there are approximately 1,800 incarcerated students through TDCJ that are enrolled in a post-secondary education program, but they have a wait list of over 8,000 prospective students that are hoping to participate in some kind of academic or vocational program before they're released. And then this is from Texas 2036, so the recommendations that they had made last year for policy change to help strengthen higher education availability for incarcerated students. And that would be to allow the Windham School District to actually administer higher education programming and coordinate with colleges and universities to help offer those workforce and career education options. And then expanding community college reach. So this is a big one, enabling community colleges to serve incarcerated students outside of their standard service areas. So I know for Dallas College, just because we work so closely with them, that they did, of course, have to have Hill College give special permission for them to be able to operate that HVAC program at Estes unit, it being in Johnson County. And so that can be a barrier if the community college in the area is not able to serve that population and another community college is. And then enhancing that data collection and sharing. So just improving the data quality within TDCJ to evaluate how those program outcomes are. And then integrating prison education into our workforce goals. So it really does align with building a talent strong Texas. And we hope to see that continue to expand. And that's just a little map that I found on Texas 2036. So this was actually from 2022, prior to Second Chance Pell being reinstated for more institutions. And so it's not a perfect snapshot, but this is currently, like for example, Dallas College isn't represented here and their students that are enrolled. But this is an example of some of the colleges that are already doing this work. And of course, Lee College is the biggest one, and Trinity Valley being second. But you can see in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, there's a lot of work still to be done. And of course, in a state as big as Texas, this is just a small percentage of Texas students. And then I would be remiss if I didn't do a little plug for TRIO while I have y'all here as our captive audience. And so we are in the proposed budget for FY26. TRIO and Gear Up programs have been proposed to be completely eliminated with their funding. And we were referred to specifically as relics of the past in that proposed budget from the president. And we believe that, and not just that we believe, but it is actually data driven, that TRIO programs really do have a firsthand transformative impact on the success of low income and first generation students. And so if you feel so called, I know there are a lot of things that we're having to advocate for in the financial aid and the higher ed sphere right now. But if you do feel like you want to contact your reps and just advocate that TRIO programs remain funded beyond FY26, that's what we're working on now, just to continue the work that we're doing. Does anybody have any questions for us? If not,
I'm scanning the list because you have to go across. Looks like Millette has a question or a comment.
Yes.
Hi, Hannah. Millette. I'm from UT Southwestern Medical Center up in Dallas. Um, thank you so much. This is, I've not worked at an institution with a prison education program before. My background's at a small private school and then here at the medical school. And so, we saw, of course, Second Chance Pell being reinstated. That was wonderful. And we were, all celebratory. Our community was about that. But I'll be honest, I'm pretty ignorant about the prison education program itself, but also organizations like yours. So I'm very grateful just for the wealth of information you were able to give us today. One question I have is, do you have, obviously you have a staff of people and a team. Do you also have volunteer options? How else could we plug in and help with your particular mission?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So we do have a team. I have for each of my teams, I have an assistant director who oversees that target area, and then we have college access coordinators and at least one advisor for each target area as well. But we are always welcome to volunteers. In particular at Estes unit in Venus, the one that we provided the most pictures of, where we're able to bring in technology. TDCJ units like that, like theirs, are more open to being able to bring in anybody. I don't want to say anybody, but all we have to do is sign in, and that's it. We don't have to go through a rigorous volunteer or background check process to work within that unit. Some of the other facilities that we do, like the federal facilities and also the county jails, they have a very intensive volunteer process that we have to go through. And so anybody who wanted to work alongside us would have to do that as well. But Estes is a high volume. Andrietta can speak to that. It's a high volume of students that we work with. So we are always welcome to anybody who wants to participate and come alongside and see what it's like to work with those students and see kind of firsthand the barriers that they have to go through to access higher education.
Thank you. Oh, we really appreciate your work.
Thank you so much.
Are there any more questions? Tanya has her hand up.
Good afternoon. Thank you as well for all the work that you all do with our incarcerated students. I saw us on the map, and I'm excited to see us on the map at Trinity Valley. I do have a question in regards to your TRIO programs. Are you all preparing just in case that the TRIO programs budget gets cut in our next year's budget?
We're preparing to the best of our ability. We are members of the Council for Opportunity and Education, which is our national TRIO lobbying organization. I know that they will be preparing litigation if it comes to that. And so we will be included in any lawsuits that do end up taking place. At this time, there's just a lot of uncertainty about what's going to happen. We won't really know until appropriations actually take place, whether or not we have actually been zero lined. What they're proposing is that block grants be provided to the states, and that states instead dole out the funding. But I don't know that will actually happen. But at this point in time, organizations like ours will be significantly affected. We're preparing to the best that we can. We're doing as much advocacy work as we can. But if we were to truly be cut, then our organization would really not exist anymore as we know it.
Well, we hope that doesn't happen, because you guys really do a great job with those TRIO programs and the Upward Bound programs overall. So that's awesome. We're rooting for you.
Thank you so much.
I don't see anyone else, but I was gonna chime in just on my, again, I think Millette put it really well, kind of my ignorance on it. when you watch things on TV, you're like, oh, they have all this technology in the prison systems nowadays compared to years ago. And I think what I took away from your presentation is how antiquated things still are, and how challenging it is for people to get the support they need or get into the system so that when they get out, they have an opportunity. And that was really surprising to me, just how difficult it is. I also wanted to let you know I shared the feedback on Apply Texas, since I have direct access here to pass along that feedback. So I did send that over to the Apply Texas folks. So maybe they can be aware of that. But thank you. This was fantastic. I really, really appreciate you getting to join us. And is there anyone else that wants to say anything or ask questions to them before they are finished?
Thank y'all so much for having us. It really was a pleasure. And if there's anything that we can do or any questions later on, please feel free to reach out.
Yes, we will. And just a heads up, we did add some of the handouts y'all provided for the committee members. If y'all go back into the handouts link, you'll see some of those that Hannah was sent over to us. You'll have them. All right. Well, thanks again, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
So I see my name on the screen. Real quick, it's been about an hour and a half. Do people need a break? Do you want to push on? I don't want to hold up the whole day if y'all want to push forward, but I also know these are big chunks of time where you may need to step away for even 5-10 minutes and get a break for a restroom or whatnot, water. Thoughts? Y'all are all muted, just so you know.
Let's push forward.
Okay. Sounds good. So I'm up. I'm going to give our traditional update on student financial aid programs. That's the division that I work in, and our division supports all of the state financial aid programs. And what we typically do during this segment is just give an overview of what's happening in our division and how that may impact not only the institutions, but ISDs as well, and potentially nonprofits. I've broken it down into a couple of categories today. So I have, and some of this may be repeated between John, Wyatt, and also Beth, since she gave some updates, and even Heather Fountain. I'm trying to kind of hit on those. But as far as agency updates goes, like John mentioned, the legislative session officially ended. The session ended on Monday, and so the dust is now trying to settle. He mentioned that the governor can sign or veto any bills until June 22nd, 2025. And that's also when the General Appropriations Act gets signed. So we still have a little bit more time, even though the date has passed on when the session ends, but there's still that little window that follows. Most of the laws go into effect September 1. There are some exceptions to that. So you would, if there's any legislation that he mentioned or that you've been tracking, you'll want to go into the final bill language to see when does it actually go into effect, because it does vary from bill to bill. Just a reminder that the Texas Legislature Online tool is also a good way to go in and see what the status is for some of the bills that you may have been tracking. That's where our agency and everywhere else in Texas goes to find that information. As we kind of dig through the legislation that's passed, what we typically do after it ends is we prioritize what legislation is new, what has changed some of our programs, and then we go in and we develop materials and training and whatnot to communicate out to institutions so that y'all can, fix your policies and figure out how to administer these programs based on those changes. So unfortunately, it's only been a few days since things, kind of got finalized. So I don't have any details as of right now other than what John shared. But as we work through that, obviously we'll reach out, we'll set up trainings, we'll communicate out these things to y'all. Another agency update Beth kind of touched on was our Higher Edge conference. It happens each December, and we've started the planning process for that. It's hosted here in Austin at the hotel across from the coordinating board at their conference center. I believe it's AT&T Conference Center. That opportunity is open to all, and the registration starts this summer. It hasn't opened up just yet. But it really focuses on, the different initiatives that have happened and that we're planning for, and it allows people to come together from all across the higher education industry. It's not focused on financial aid necessarily, it's everything. So if you're interested or you've never heard of it, more information is coming, but if you want to participate, you'll want to coordinate that with your organization or your institution or ISD to attend. And like I said, that's usually, I should know the date and I apologize, but I think it's the first week in December. Might be the second. So those are the agency updates I can provide. And moving on to operational and resource updates. We've had some recent activities I just want to make people aware of in case you haven't seen it. And if there's any questions I can clarify, but the financial aid database for cycle 2 opened up on May 21st. As a reminder, we don't have a cycle 1 anymore. So if you feel like you missed it, you did not, it was eliminated. But we did, when we opened up the financial aid database for submissions, we sent out a revised manual the week prior. And so you'll need to make sure that you have the most current copy. Just this week, though, there's one of the data elements within the manual was identified as having an issue on the nursing student scholarship program. And so we sent out a little clarification for those of y'all that participate in that program to clarify how to handle that until we can get the manual fixed and we can get the issue on our end resolved. So that's an update on FAADS. The deadline, I think Beth mentioned it, the deadline to submit your file, at least an initial file, is June 11th. So that's coming up next week. So please make sure that if you're having any challenges or you have questions on financial aid database, that you reach out, because we have folks that can assist you in trying to get those files through. The other thing that I wanted to just clarify, we sent out an update on our Move It DMZ portal, and apparently there was some confusion on what it meant. So for institutions that use Move It, we had clarified that the web address for automated transactions, which is like FileZilla, FileZilla, and then it's called WinSCP. Again, I'm not an IT person, but those updates need to be made. But apparently a lot of people thought that everyone needed to go and do something for Move It, but it's only schools that had automated processes. So I wanted to clarify that to you. The last thing was our Texas Armed Services Scholarship Program opened up back in May, on May 8th, and that was to allow legislators to nominate students for the program. So that's been available, but we did send out a clarification on the day that it opened on May 8th to clarify that new students should be on hold for certification from institutions until the session ends and we could see what was going to happen with the TASK program. So now that the session's ended, again, we'll be evaluating it and we'll send out information on how to go about certifying your TASK students. So all of this stuff that I'm talking about is on our website, on our Student Financial Aid Programs website. We post all of our notifications and any resources materials on that main page. As far as upcoming activities, the main one to be aware of is the 10-day data review. This allows institutions to look at the calculations for the allocations that we will be doing. The data review is a way to look at how the percentages of the allocation are divvied up. So, what is your piece of the pie? How much of that is it going to be? And so it's important that institutions look at the data reviews to make sure that it's accurate. And if you find discrepancies, you would send those in. We're working on getting those out. So those should be out hopefully in the next week or two, if not sooner. And there's instructions in that on how to do the review and who to contact if you end up having questions. The data review is going to include Texas Grant, TEOG, TEG, Transfer Grant, Work Study, Educational Aid, and the Nursing Student Scholarship Program. So quite a few of them. If you participate in multiple, you would do a review for each one that you are eligible to participate in. Let's see, other updates, net price calculator, Beth mentioned that because the Department of Ed was a little bit delayed this year on opening up their template, but the coordinating board hosts all institutions that are required to have a net price calculator. We host that on our website, so we will be sending that out soon so that you can get that updated for students. And I think a lot of schools tie theirs to our net price calculator tool. So that's coming, and instructions will be sent out on how to do net price calculator. Program participation agreements are going to be coming out. If you participate in state financial aid programs, you're required to complete a participation agreement in order to receive funding. They last for 2 years. So we're approaching the expiration of the last program participation agreement. So once those go out, you'll need to get those signed and back to us in order to participate. The TEG engagement guide, that's for private institutions, that will be going out, which requires that you have your TEG program audited through a engagement. And so that will be provided. The deadline for that is not until next April 15th. But we always send that out in the summer so that you have the time to have that, that review done. And then let's see, educational aid application will be coming out soon. That is always released after we finalize the institutions that are going to participate. So we'll be getting that and along with the participation list out on our website once the 10-day review process has ended, because we have to make sure that we know who's going to be doing educational aid. And then lastly, as far as activities, we also mentioned, I think Beth mentioned an upcoming webinar. We sent out a flyer yesterday to communicate that that will happen, is it June 28th? I should have written it down. Let me double check my calendar. It is 26th. See, I'm glad I looked. So it's June 26th. And in this particular webinar, we'll be reviewing all the program guideline changes. Every year when we release those, there's different edits and things that we make in those specifically to align with rule changes or policy or operational changes. So we'll be going through those live. We'll also be doing a demonstration of how to navigate through the Texas Administrative Code, especially since they did an enhancement and an upgrade to their website. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but it looks quite different. And so we wanted to show people, how do you find things in the rules that may have changed and find historical information and more meat to the rules than you may be used to. And then we'll give updates similar to what I'm doing now. We're going to be giving updates on things to be aware of, things that are coming up, deadlines and whatnot. So we hope you'll join. We'll be putting the registration link up. If it's not up already, we'll have that available on the website so that you can join. If you cannot join, we always record it and we post it through YouTube, and then we put it on our website so you can always go back and watch it later. Some upcoming deadlines include like I already mentioned, the FAAC Cycle 2. It's coming up on June 11th. Once we send out those 10-day data reviews, those are business days. So you'll want to, keep that on your radar so that you can submit your information to clarify if you agree that the data is correct. If you don't submit it on time, then we take that as, yep, you've acknowledged that it's correct if we don't have a response. And then lastly, they mentioned the authority to transfer July 1st. We'll be sending out a reminder, but that is coming up. And so if you do want to move money between your grant program and your work study program, that is done through the GAP system. Let's stop for a minute. I have one more update to share, which is on policy. See, Amy has her hand up, potentially. Amy, before I keep going, do you want to ask your question, or is that from earlier?
Oh, that was from earlier. It got answered though. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I was like, you're all lit up, so just making sure. Okay, the last piece here is a policy update. On May 28th, which was just last week, we sent out a update to make sure that institutions understand what rule changes have occurred. This is something that we're trying to be very transparent and very proactive with. You know, it's hard to keep track of all the things that are changing over the months. And so 4 times a year, we have board meetings, they're quarterly, and that's when we propose rule changes. When we're doing rule changes, we send them out through the Texas Register, which allows institutions or any stakeholder to provide feedback or public comment so that we can evaluate the impact of the rule changes. So what we sent out last week was a summary of the changes that have happened on the programs. Most of them were non-substantive, meaning that they were minimal. Like we moved a lot of stuff around, we cleaned up language, we helped with terminology. Really, we've had a major initiative on our Chapter 22, which is all of our state financial aid programs. We're just overhauling the whole thing. So while there's nothing operational or even changing on the program significantly, you'll notice like, oh, where did that go? It may have moved to a different section, or it may have moved into our general provision section at the Chapter 22A. So I encourage everyone go read the document. It has the summaries in it, and it also includes hyperlinks to all of the rules that were modified or added. And that way you can be aware, do any of these things affect your programs? The main one to be aware of, I mean, there's several, but the one that was the biggest was the rule for tuition equalization grant and the work study program. They were amended to eliminate the restriction on students enrolled in degree plans leading to religious ministry. That's been in the rule for many, many years. So now students who are in those degree plans, they do qualify for these programs. So that expands eligibility essentially. So you'll want to go and make sure that you're clear on that. A lot of the other programs also had changes, but just for time's sake, I'm not going to go into it since we have the document online. And then, like I said, if you want to join the June webinar, we'll be walking through how do you go to the code? How do you look to see why we changed it? How do you look historically what it used to be? All of these things will be discussed on that training. The last thing on rules is, we're going to have a substantial amount of rules changes coming, obviously because the session has ended, and also because we continue to do that Chapter 22 cleanup that I mentioned. So you'll want to keep an eye out. We will let y'all know once we're proposing rule changes. We'll have a special session happening in August. So next week on Friday, we'll have some rule changes going out, I believe, for the FAST program. And then later in July is when you're going to see the mass amount of rule updates that we're proposing. Again, not all of them are major, but there will be a lot of them coming out, and you'll get a summary of all of those changes when we do send them. Whew. I gave you a lot of updates and said a lot of words. I will stop and see what questions can I answer. Even if it's not related to this, I can try my best. And if I cannot, I will take your question back. And if it becomes prior business, I can add that to the agenda for next time. Okay, Amy, your hand's up again. Is it really you?
I don't even know how I'm raising my hand. I unmuted, but yes, I do have a question. And you may have said it, so I apologize if you did. The GAP system for allocations for next year. When I looked yesterday, it still wasn't available. Do we know an anticipated date for that?
So allocations for next year haven't been calculated yet because of the 10-day review process. So we don't have allocations calculated. I do know there was an issue with GAP where it was not calculating your remaining funding or how much you'd used. And my understanding is they're still working out some of the bugs that exist on the gap. But as far as future funding, those final allocations have not gone out yet. And that's because we can't release final allocations until the governor signs the General Appropriations Act because of the budget. So we have to know how much money the legislature is going to allot, which, you know, we have to wait till it's official, essentially. So what will happen is 10-day review will happen.
I've historically had it by this point, and my budget office is asking for our allocation amounts and stuff. So I was trying to figure out if I had an anticipated date of when I could give it to them. But I guess I will use last year's information for them.
Yeah, and just to walk through the timeline, we never ever send out final allocations on a legislative year until after the GAA is signed, because we cannot. But on the off years, we do get them out much sooner. But yeah, you'll at least get the 10-day review piece, and then we're planning to turn around those numbers as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you.
I see Tanya's hand.
Yes, Leah, thank you for all the updates. I didn't hear anything in there, and probably wasn't supposed to, about TPEG. I know a couple of years ago, we changed the guidelines on that, or at least the criteria for TPEG for our state schools. Can you point me in a direction that some information is still on the website about TPEG?
And what specifically are you looking for as far as, besides, you know, what we have in the statute and rule? Because we don't issue out any guidelines for TPEG. So,
well, that's the challenge. That's the challenge we're having right now, is without the guidelines. And when we do FADs, sometimes our FADs students are flagged on students that we do give TPEG to. So we're trying to make sure that we're either in guidelines, or if there's something in the system that's a glitch, or what the case may be for our TPEG.
Right. If you're having reporting discrepancies or errors, then, you know, I would work with the team here, the FADS team, so that you can work through those. I mean, we've never issued guidelines for TPEG because institutions are required to have their own policy and procedure on TPEG funding that aligns with the statute and your rules. But I know that that's come up in the past. Like, could we produce resources to help? So I jotted that down. But if you have a specific question or anything like that, you can reach out to me directly, and I'll see what I can do to get you an answer. And then, like I said, we've had TPEG on our radar for a while to see, you know, how can we do that? But because it's institutionally administered, that's not one of the programs we fund. And so it's not usually one that we produce a lot of training or materials on, because the institutions do it themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
See Heather.
Yes. Okay. So I have a couple questions for you. For Texas First Scholars, we have some questions about when we're going to be receiving funding for previous years. Do you know who we could reach out to regarding that, or if you have any information?
Yeah. Last I heard, you can reach out to Deshay on it. She was working on that, but there's a lot of components to verify, you know, the totals and whatnot. But she's been out, so she's coming back tomorrow. So I'd reach out to Deshay just to see kind of where it stands, what are the next steps. But I'm guessing that once we'll either send something out, or the institutions that are receiving funding will provide guidance to them, which is you.
And then my next question, this is from somebody in my office, so I don't really have familiarity with this, but I'm going to ask this question. So apparently the award history for Texas Grant and TEOG, the student by student lookup feature is not available, and we're having to send files to get verified to see if the student had previously received TEOG or Texas Grant at another institution. And so our Texas Grant coordinator is asking when the student by student lookup feature might be coming back.
I don't know that it is, and that feature has been gone for years, like several years.
She's been our Texas Grant coordinator since its inception, so she's
Well, and for Kilgore, it doesn't work. I have worked with somebody at the co-board, I don't remember his name, over and over and over, and we have uploaded that file repeatedly, and we can't get one back that's been accepted and gives us any data.
And that's the issue that we're running into as well. We're having issues with processing of the upload process, where we're not getting stuff back. And so I know with John Wyatt talking about some of the changes and portability of and predictability of funding for students, this is a concern for us going forward if we're not able to quickly get that information and verify that information so that we can award students timely.
Yeah, that makes sense. I
Yes,
wrote it
and
down.
I noticed that we awarded TIOG to some students, and I think we had 3 or 4 that came back as errors on our FAD report. So, yeah, we really need this to be working.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind the award history is based on FAD submission and other things. And so one of the challenges has always been if you've got a student, it may not even come up because you haven't reported the student yet because FADS is behind. So yeah, we're looking at how we can make the tool better. But I did jot down the issue on receiving errors and those not processing because it might be a file structure problem or it could be our software is not working correctly. So I'll send that over to the team that deals with award history to see if they're aware. And then I jotted that down so that they can reach out to y'all.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't see any more hands raised. Are there any more questions?
This is Beth Toll, and I did have a question, and I apologize because John might have said this and I missed it, but he mentioned that the funding to guarantee Texas grant for top 25% was passed. Do you know when that would be enacted? Are we thinking for this upcoming year for the allocation, or is that in future years?
I believe that we have to look at how it will be rolled out. I don't want to speak incorrectly, but because a lot of these programs, our allocation methodologies are already in the rules. So if we were to change how that's done, then it takes negotiated rulemaking and we have to do the proposed rule changes. So I don't have an answer on that, but definitely to me, it's exciting news that they're pumping so much money into these programs, but how that's going to occur, I don't have an answer on yet.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you, Leah, for the update. Hey, we are at item number 14. It's Bridge the Gaps area where our committee members are welcome to share goals, achievements, progress, or solutions, anything you've done amazing in the last academic year or a few months, you're welcome to share at this time. Or if you just have some general questions.
Yeah, I call this the field questions that you either want to know from your colleagues, or if you want to share something that's happening. It doesn't even have to be in financial aid. Do you have a new software? Did your institution win an award? Did your school district do something amazing? To me, it's bringing positivity to a ever difficult time. We need to share the goals and achievements, like I mentioned. And this is also a space for bouncing ideas off of each other.
So
y'all are all on mute again.
Yeah, this is Beth again from UNT. This isn't positive. So I'm going to ask a question where I suspect you're going to say you don't know, but I think it will help all of us to get an idea. Is with the lawsuit, we're going to have a lot of students reaching out to us. And we will need guidance from the coordinating board. And I know you all haven't had time to put anything together yet, but do you have a time frame or an idea of how long that will take?
I do not. I have no information. We basically got the news at the same time y'all did.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
recognize that, but even and I know we're all surprised and there's a lot to figure out. But if you all can keep us updated as to a timeline of when you think information will come out, that will help us to be able to spread the information.
Yep.
Thank
Like
you
John
very
said,
much.
absolutely. Once we have anything, we'll.
Yeah, I know it's a lot and we appreciate you all so much. But thank you.
Yeah.
So that's a positive. We appreciate you a lot.
Well, we appreciate y'all a lot because you definitely provide so much good input and helps us help y'all.
Anything else? Well, I will say I've enjoyed being your chair for this past academic year. Thank you. Tanya.
We have enjoyed having you, Cecilia. I know you, like I said, you got volunteered by Millette, but you've done a fantastic job, and I know you're happy to pass the torch over to Scott.
Welcome to. Happy to pass it to Scott. Okay, Tanya has her hand up.
I'm sorry, I was trying to get the name of the award. Here recently at our Texas Success Center with our Leadership Academy of Texas Community Colleges, at the Pathways Conference here in May, our school, Trinity Valley, was awarded the Rodeo Award for this year recognition.
Congratulations.
For improvement on student success. So we were excited about that. Not only that, we were actually the 2025 NCJA national champs for the men's basketball department. So we're champions on our basketball team. Our softball team made history again this year, which we went into our third round of the national conference as well. Softball team. So we're excited about that. Also, we had about 6 of our volleyball students that made the academic all conference for having a GPA of 3.8 or better. So we are excited about the things that we're doing here at Trinity Valley, not just on the court and on the field, but also in the classroom, especially.
That's awesome.
Yay. That's awesome. Congratulations.
I love those stories.
I'll jump in with a positive. Well, I'll start with a question first and then go with the positive. This is not related to financial aid, but it is related to the coordinating board. Do we foresee a smoother year with Apply Texas next year and the, working counselor suite, et cetera? Are we having discussions? Do you know anything about that?
I do not, but one thing I can do is potentially for next meeting, set up maybe they can present to us or provide updates or kind of what is kind of like we do for TASPA. What's the scope of their enhancements? What are they aware of or have prioritized to make things better? But, anytime you do a software implementation or change, these things occur. But I think hearing from the Apply Texas folks, if they're available, I just don't know their bandwidth. So I'll reach out and see if I can partner with them to come and share, and maybe we can.
That would be so fabulous. Yeah, and maybe talk about maybe not so many maintenance shutdowns during a school day. It seems like better times for that. I guess on a positive, my company, I'm so proud of them because we expanded into 5 districts this year. We doubled our employees. We had a really successful year with deliverables. And it looks like we might be expanding again. So that's very exciting. We get to help more students have bigger impacts.
Great.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
Yes.
Anyone else?
I've got something I'd like to share.
Okay.
I love social media. I love scrolling through, and I saw some local news here for our Region 16 area from our local university, which is West Texas A&M University. But beginning with the second summer session this year, they're offering a 50% discount on tuition and mandatory fees for all educators in our region. So I think that's a pretty big win for educators in our region. It's exciting.
Very exciting. Very exciting. Thank you.
We have to move up there. No, I'm just kidding.
Anyone else? Well, thanks everyone who shared. We appreciate that. And congratulations and kudos to everyone. Well, we are back. We're at item number 15 regarding future meetings and reminders. I think we need to, before I do the reminders, I want to do the vote. Come back to the vote on vice chair. We had a self-nomination at the beginning, Tanya Richardson Dean. Do we have anyone else who wants to self-nominate or nominate someone else? You want to chime in and say anything? Who is that?
Nope, I said I don't see anything. So
I don't either. So how do we
makes
go
it
about
easy.
this? Yeah, makes it easy.
Yeah, if there's no other nominations, then we don't need to do a vote of any sort. Then Tanya would be, we would vote on, we would do a vote to select Tanya. I think it's just an approval.
Can we get a motion?
This is Shannon Crossland. I'll move for Tanya to be the chair for the FAAC.
And this is Dee. I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All who approve, do we need them to raise their hands or?
So we were going to do a formal vote if we had multiple.
Formal, okay. All right.
Votes.
Okay, here we go. Need to go down the list. Where is my list?
Maybe, yeah.
Here we go.
I don't remember if we.
Say it again, Leah.
I said I don't remember, Millette, when we did this, when we only had one candidate, did we go down and do a formal vote? I don't remember. I don't think I was even on FAC.
Millette had to step off the call because she had an ask for conflict.
Right.
But when we did it for me, we didn't do, I think we just raised hand because you all were in person. It was like hybrid. Some of us were online and some were in person.
But I don't believe we need, I mean, I don't think we have to go down because there's only one. So.
Okay, right. Okay. I'm good.
And I apologize if I'm doing this wrong. I will not admit that I'm perfectly in tune to this process when there's only one person.
Right.
I support you.
We support you. Yeah. We got your back.
All right, so then what will happen next time is Cecilia will take the past chair position since Millette is leaving the committee. Scott will move into the chair role and we'll be meeting with him obviously in advance. And then Tanya, you will be the new vice chair. So you'll start being included in our discussions and planning initiatives. And then of course you'll move through the process once we continue on in future years. So congratulations.
Congratulations. Yes.
Thank you. I look forward to serving.
Thank you.
Okay. And also in this part, I think our next meeting is September 11th. That'll start the new academic year, and we'll have our new members of the committee at that time to start. And I'm to remind you to submit your FAAC meeting reports. Was something still sent out to us, Leah?
Yeah, that'll either go out either tomorrow or sometime next week. So if we don't get it to you right away, don't worry. But we do need one from everyone, including folks that were absent today. That helps us track for the annual report that I mentioned at the beginning, so we can know how much time and effort were spent on FAAC. So that will come out to you via email.
Okay. Well, I want to thank everyone for participating in the FAAC meeting today. All of our committee members and those who watch live stream, we appreciate you for attending the meeting on today. And if it's not anything else, I move for ask for a motion to adjourn.
I so moved. This is Steve.
This is Jackie. I second it.
Okay. Thank you. And I will see you in September.
Thank you. Have a good summer.
Have a good summer.
Thanks, everyone.
Too. Get some rest.
We'll try.
Yes. Enjoy your weekend coming up.
September 11th, 2025. Yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.